and naked, headache, sleep disturbance, weight gain and weight loss, and finally brain damage. Mental problem of internet addiction, failed attempts to control behavior, isolation from friends and family, feeling restless when not engaged in any activity, feeling guilty or depressed, changes in sleep patterns. Now prevention. We know prevention is better than cure, and I will say some steps for preventing this addiction. First, pre-internet training. Before connecting them with internet, train up about internet to them. Set your children internet uses boundaries in early on. Let them know what is habit and what is addiction. Aware them about dark side of internet, and finally encourage them about internet as knowledge superhighway. Monitoring. Like other activities, we have to monitor our children internet uses. Review what is on your children internet device. Is there busy making tasks or assignment or something else? If any doubt, openly with your children about your suspicions. You may install an internet firewall for home to protect them from dark side. Don't make internet as entertainment media. Never make internet connectivity to your child's recreational purposes. If so, one day it will be gateway of something more, and you will find some explicit item in his hard disk or his memory. Make a routine. Set a routine for internet using for your children. Make an internet holiday every week for them. If not possible, at least a day in every month. Government can make a regulation about internet for children. They can block porn website, facilitate training to school and college students about safer internet, and they can include it to take book for syllabus. Conclusion: our children are the more valuable, vulnerable members of our family and our society, and by protecting them from addiction, we can make the bright future of them and better nation of our country. And finally, I can say stay connected with your children and protect them from internet addiction. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for enjoying this presentation. If anybody has any question, please raise your hand. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Do you consider Facebook, YouTube are vulnerable for children? And do you consider this thing should be blocked in this country? Because we were seeing lots of people and entrepreneurs are growing on Facebook. They're marketing their product. They're learning business. Also for YouTube, we can learn a lot of things. Before coming to this presentation, I have very few knowledge on Linux. I was installing VMware. I was installing Linux and trying all the programs. So how we can consider these things, because operators are promoting these things, I think this is a good thing. It's not a bad thing at all.
Thank you for your question. Actually, I told before that excessive use of internet, not specific in Facebook, YouTube, they have many good things. Also, excessive use, it will be bad thing. Thank you. Any question? Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Shibu, very nice presentation. So our next speaker is Donald Clark. He works for Google and he is mainly responsible for South Asia, Oceania, and this region. So I must say this will be a very spectacular presentation. Okay, so Donald, space is yours.
We'll just wait for this to come up. Sorry about having to change the laptop. We go let's see.
Come on, plug it out and plug it up.
Plug it in, plug it in. Reboot. No signal. We'll get there. Nice. Yep. Hey, awesome. All right, thanks everybody. My name's Donald. I work for Google. I look after a lot of our edge activities in this region, which means I'm concerned about user performance. And I know that in Bangladesh, I've heard a lot of stories that user performance is important in Bangladesh. However, there is a challenge, and I'd like to talk about that challenge today with you. First of all, before I say too much more, make sure that you don't believe anything I say today. Officially, nothing I say represents Google's views. It could be wrong, it could change, and it probably will change shortly. But here we go. We've got a scenario where we've got a user, and they're in Bangladesh, browsing a website, and they decide that the right thing to do is to test the quality of their internet connection by doing a ping to www.google.com. And because it's, it's 2015, they don't just ping 8.8.8.8, they'll ping the v6 address version of the DNS resource. And they'll see this is their Google performance measure, or even their ISP's performance measure. So, anyone think this is okay? It's a trick question. But, yeah. Has anyone heard of people doing this? Right. So, this is a bad idea. Right? It's a really bad idea. And I'm going to talk to you about why this is a bad idea. First of all, the TCP termination location, which is all you're getting when you do a ping to somebody, doesn't equal necessarily the service origination location, where we actually provide the service from. Second reason is that different services can serve from different locations within our architecture. In fact, different parts of a page can be served within different locations in our architecture. Okay? And the last one is quite a simple one, is that we will depref ICMP packets if there's any need to do so. Okay? So let's go through these. Here's a commonly imagined situation. Can I get the microphone? Just find it hard to be stuck behind the speaker. Thank you. So here's a commonly imagined situation. You've got a user, there's a big cloud for the internet, and they're gonna come towards Google and they're gonna hit something called a GFE, that's a Google front end, right? A TCP termination box. And from there, we'll serve them some stuff within the web content and then go flying back over the internet. The problem is that's really rarely the case. Okay? The reality is much more often this, that the user will hit a front end, and then there'll be some internal Google network to traverse before it actually gets to the web server, which is going to serve the content or create the page or do what needs to be done to head back to the user. Okay, so key difference there is that you can see that the front end, which is where the termination happens, is quite a distance from where the actual page is generated. Okay. Now, in a market like Bangladesh, we actually potentially go further. That a lot of you have our GDC nodes, and in Bangladesh, those GDC nodes can also operate as front ends or TCP termination points. And we decide this on a sort of dynamic basis based on user latency. And in a market where the cost structures are challenging to enable cost-effective direct peering in Chennai or Singapore, sometimes those transit paths are maybe not the highest quality. And so we work out that actually it's much better if we just stand up a tunnel from the GDC node back to our POP, right? Terminate the TCP session on the GDC node and have that come through. So it just reduces some overhead. So all of these things mean that, as you can see, where your ping terminates, right? If you're in Bangladesh and you've got a 3 millisecond ping, therefore I'm going to have a great Google performance, right? It's really not, because you're all getting served from the same backend. And if you want to know a little bit more about not specifically this issue, but some of those basic graphics, some of those graphics that I stole from this presentation. So it's a public presentation on YouTube. It's about load balancing and development of some of our DNS stuff. So feel free to go and have a look at that. And I'll share the link on the bdNOG list later on. So the other thing I talked about was that serving locations may vary over time and by service. Now, if you think about it, we've got a couple of mantras to go. We've got sort of 7, we've got a number of them, right? And a couple of them are up there. So we put the user first and all else will follow. And another one is that fast is better than slow, right? And these are axioms to us in terms of making decisions. If we're ever not sure how to do something, you start with the user. Okay, so putting the user first, making it fast, right? Optimizing the quality of experience is what we care about. Okay, and that means the whole end-to-end application layer quality of experience, not just a particular element of one path of one content serving piece on one page. Okay, which is what arguably a ping time could represent. So our mapping, we have, just like Akamai has as well, it's why Matt always talks about DNS, right? It's important. We have a mapping of all of your DNS resolvers and the subnets they sit within to all of our front ends in the world. And when we see a user request come in through one of your DNS resolvers, or if they come in through 8.8.8.8, we see the IP directly, we will make a decision on which front-end IP address to return them based on our latency maps at that time. And again, those latency maps can be different for different types of services. Okay. So that's why it's important that you've got to think about this, and I know it can be maybe disconcerting, but it's about your network, it's about where we are in relation, it's about the type of request that comes in. Okay, so the performance that you see or the reaction that you see may not be consistent over time. Another point here about server locations varying is that you've got to remember that a cache can only by definition serve cacheable content. Okay, so you're never going to find any private data, any user data, any personal data on a cache. That always sits within our network. Okay, not an untrusted device outside the network. And also by definition, a cache in itself is limited in size. Okay, and people sometimes say, well, why is the efficiency of my node too low, right? How can I make it higher? And so I say, well, short of building a data center and dropping the entire YouTube library into your office, that's not going to happen. Okay, so there's a long tail of content comes off, and your user base drives your efficiency as well. Okay, so if your user base is more diverse languages, more diverse interests, you're going to have a longer tail, which will again reduce your cache efficiency. Okay. And so you see that it may be that one time we can serve users from the cache, and one time we can't, they go back to another part of our infrastructure. So again, serving locations can vary over time and by service. So here's an example. We've got a YouTube page and a couple of different elements in that YouTube page. There's a video element and some comments. And so you can see again that the video might be a popular one, so it's stored in the cache locally. Right, but the comments, they're live, right? That's live personal data, it's information that's about a user, specifically about a user. That's always going to flow back through into the data center we serve from there. Okay, it may appear through one of our, it will appear through one of our edge pops, but you can see here that even the concept of saying, a YouTube page or a ping page is slow, it's different elements on a page, they're all getting served and generated at different potential parts of our architecture. And the last one's a very easy one, is just, ICMP is sometimes noise to us, and so if we detect too much of it coming from you, or if we detect too much of it coming into a box, or there's congestion, we will drop it in favor of the traffic. Okay, so if you have a congested P&I link with us, then we will preferentially drop things like ICMP to try and force more user packets down. Okay, so what is a better way to measure the performance, understand the performance of our services? So I've got 2 questions for you, interactive moment. Question number 1, what is it you want to measure? And what is it you're concerned about? Now I gave a little hint earlier, but I'm open to questions. In fact, I'm open to some potential answers, sorry. Any answers?
Response time of the web pages.
The, sorry?
Response time.
Response time of the web pages, close. Right, response time is good. Web pages, get some analogy there. Anyone else want to have a shot? There's a word I'm looking for. Mentioned it a few times earlier. Starts with a U. Customer close, yeah, user. So yeah, what we actually, the only thing we care about is the quality of the user experience. Okay, so both of those questions have the same answer. All right. If you care about your users, you care about their performance, you care about the quality of their experience. They will come to me. Okay, so factors that impact the quality of user experience. There's a number of them, but here are some of those significant ones that we see when we engage with peers like yourselves. Paths, okay? Are you advertising the right prefixes in the right locations? Do you have the right prepends in? And so recently we actually switched some of our traffic mapping systems to follow regular internet standards, if you like. So we will honor more specific advertisements, and we will honor longer BGP paths in terms of your signal preference to us. You can also use BGP communities as well. So a lot of the times I'll see that people don't keep their advertisements up to date, or they don't keep they advertise more specifically elsewhere. So in general, this is maybe some of the stuff we've talked about already. In terms of serving preference, we will first try and serve your traffic from a GDC node. We can't serve from a GDC node, we'll try and serve it from your direct peering with us or your exchange sessions, and only then will we fall over to transit. There's an exception to that, of course, though, is if we see that the quality of the user is much, much worse on one of those links, then we will preferentially stop serving you there and serve you the other link. So sometimes the user will say, oh, a network partner up here. We'll say, why is it serving all this traffic through transit and I want to send it you this way? And we say, well, that's because this path is really bad. And we're not going to hurt our users, your users, by giving them that. And we'll try and work with the peer to help them diagnose what that problem is. And it could be a temporary network issue, or it could be something more sustained. So in terms of BGP adverts, keep them up to date, right, and pay attention to them. We provide some tools in the portal to help you do this. So you can see this Pretend here. Made a couple of mistakes. One at the top there, they're announcing a more specific right to transit than the are to the caches, which means that we're never going to serve those prefixes from the caches. Further down as well, you've got to make sure that you're announcing your route to your PNIs and your caches at least as specifically as you are to transit. So it's hygiene. Okay, and these tools can help you find some of those common problems. Next issue is about retransmits and packet loss. And so many networks, trying to understand the application layer performance that you're having can be quite hard, especially for smaller networks. The tools to do that can be quite expensive. And even if you buy the expensive tools, they often don't give you application layer performance. And so the good thing is we have quite a lot of data that flows across the networks that we're responsible for sending. And we also have clients, the YouTube clients that go around, which allows us to have that application layer end-to-end visibility. And so with that, we're able to capture data that can help you understand where some of those high retransmits in your networks are occurring. And it could be a number of reasons, right? It could be that simply, well, that prefix is assigned to a satellite operator, or you've resold this particular part of your network as a wholesale product, and that customer only offers 1 meg plans, 1 megabit/second plans, or they have an aggressive FUP shaping. There can be lots of reasons, lots of commercial reasons for those high retransmits. But it could be you have faulty equipment. We've got a number of stories with networks that have used some of this data we provide or make available on retransmits to actually look into the network and fix it. It's not just fixing it for Google traffic, it's fixing it for all of the traffic, right? Which is great. It's great for everyone, it's great for the user, no matter what service the user is using. And so again, the portal can provide some of this information to you and select, if you wish to, which particular egress edge you have in the portal. And you can sort by traffic volume, so you can maybe say, okay, what are my most significant prefixes in terms of traffic, and see the performance is there. Or you can search by what my actual retransmit performance. And generally for Bangladesh, I think you're doing well. You should be targeting to get up to 5% retransmits in Bangladesh on your prefixes. Seems high to some of us, but in Bangladesh, that'd be a good target. And the last one is about good boot and flow through to the end user. So we have a concept that we've been developing called video quality. And we've been trying to make network performance more understandable. And one of the challenges is simply that people want something easy to understand, right? Ping time, I understand that, that's easy. Although the users maybe don't understand that as much more widely. And so we tried to introduce this concept of video quality. And I won't go into the detail, but effectively we measure the speed that we can transmit chunks of information to the YouTube client, which represents the vast bulk of our data. And then we stack and we fill the bucket. And we say, okay, if you can, for every chunk in your prefix that you can send at high definition speed, they win first. And then the standard definition ones, and then the low definition ones. And then we draw a line, kind of arbitrarily at 90%, and say, there we go, we're going to give you a ranking. Okay, so this network here is just under 80% HD, and they've got some more standard depth videos on top of that. So for this particular example, it could be a prefix or it could be a bunch of prefixes. It's been rated or been given a tag of SD, the standard definition. Now, what happens then? You're able to, in the portal, you can actually break out your network into different products. So you can say, okay, hey, I've got a basic, low-speed, entry-level product, and I know that I use these IP ranges for that, right? Or I've got another product which is a wholesale or mobile or an advanced premium product. So you can break all these out, assign the different IP prefixes manually or using APIs, so it can be very dynamic. And then we'll take that information, we'll geolocate it, and inside the portal, you'll be able to break down and provide understanding of the relative performance points of your products in each city or each region that you're operating in. And so that can be really valuable to give back to your business partners inside and say, hey, we're the network team, but we can give you this information that shows you relatively how well your performances of your products is actually being seen at the application layer. Okay, and that's something that can be very new and very useful, and often the marketing, the product, the business teams find that a great lot of input. And what does this look like? So this is internally just for the networks to understand, but we are also launching, and this is what you see internally, and I know a lot of you will play around, but we have also launched a public-facing version of this in many countries, about 7 or so to date. Bangladesh, I don't have a firm date for there, but I'm considering it next year. So effectively what you see, the user would then go to the video quality page, and knowing their IP address, we would say, hey, you're using, in this case it's in New Zealand, you're using a Spark fiber product. Now, we've rated that as high def, and there's a whole lot of marketing material that the YouTube team are really keen to do with you if you get a high def product. But I might say, look, I'm spending too much. Right? I can't afford to spend this much, so can I get another product which is also high def, maybe costs less? Or maybe I want to downgrade and get a cheaper product. And of course, the other way, your user might be able to see that you have another offering which is going to offer them higher performance and they're interested. But they can also see that competitors may have that higher performance product as well. So this is what we're doing to try and change the conversation in some markets, but still keep it user focused. So make sure it's a conversation about quality, about genuine application quality that the user is seeing, not random network slices, right? And also introduce a user-focused, user-empowering, user choice approach to it. Okay, a few final tips to finish up. First of all, do advertise all your prefixes everywhere, please. Regional advertisements to GGCs are okay. Make them as specific as you're going to make to transit, but don't make them more specific unless you have a really good need to. Need the routing tables being flooded. When you're troubleshooting, right, document the source addresses, document the DNS resolvers that you'll be using, give those in advance for a knock, right, if you're a partner or a GGC team before you make a request, and do use the information in the ISP portal, right, there's a lot of good stuff there. Please don't, right, report a user anytime and say you have an issue pinging www.google.com, right, or the latest has changed, unless you provide some really good information on why you think that's important. Please don't let your peering run constrained or your GGCs get congested. That's probably not going to be super helpful. We can run peering links very hot with our systems, and we will automatically fail over if your GGC has any sort of limiting. So you may think it's fine, you've got 2 gigs of connectivity at the back of it, but if we're detecting congestion at 1.5, we'll simply spill it over to transit, which will cost you money as well, and impact user performance with that long path. And lastly, this is a subtle one, and this is something that I don't feel at all in Bangladesh. I always, when I've been here twice, it's an incredibly welcoming place, and everyone's lovely, and food's really too good. But in some places, people forget that peers are peers, and the relationship we have is not one of a supplier to a customer or a customer to a supplier. It's one of partners working together, trying to bring value to you, and you're trying to help us with value as well. So let's just keep that in the back of our minds. And if you ever think that Google's let you down or it hasn't upheld its part of that partnership, then by all means let me know. And if you're still not sure what to do, go to the portal, go to the notifications page, and try and make sure anything goes away that's green. All right, that's it. And before we take some questions, just a small announcement that at the break, if you take your tag and your business card, you'll be able to get a Google t-shirt for the event, right? And we have lady sizes as well, because otherwise that would be discriminatory. Okay, with that, and the t-shirt has a design in front. The t-shirt looks like this. Okay, that's it. Any questions? Question?
Hello. Hello. In our country, we can see that some consumers are pushing their DNS and pointing it towards the nearest cache, which results in a very smaller latency time, like 1 millisecond or 3 milliseconds. You have already explained it that it is not a cool measurement, performance measurement, but what can we do to avoid this for the end users? Because we cannot go in every home to the end users and ask them that it's not the other who is providing a 3 millisecond peak time is better than us.
Yes, I think it's a really good question, a really good question. And I think I'll refer back to what I said is that if you care about your users, right, then you've got to care about telling them the right information about performance. And it's a hard thing to turn to a user and say, well, do you know that ping time doesn't matter, right? But to be honest, most users probably wouldn't understand what a ping time was, okay? And some of them may do, right? Some of them may do, and some of the technical users will. And the only thing I would say is that, ask the question of if you think they're getting a 3 millisecond ping time to Google, and that's good. Do they think Google has a data center here?
No.
Right? Do they think the ISP hosts a Google data center? And then go to google.com/data centers and show them some pictures of what a real data center looks like, right? And so maybe that will convince them that there's something not quite right in that story. And I think the other part of my answer would be is that let's think more about the video quality report from our side, and maybe that will help make more public noise in the future about how to think about performance in a more accurate way.
One more thing, is it possible to download the Google search page from the Google caches?
I don't understand the question.
Actually, if we just point towards the IP of any Google cache, we start the Google search page.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
What was the question? You asked can you?
It can be turned off by Google. That if we go to that, if we provide the IP address of that in a browser, don't provide towards the Google search page, and then it will show something else.
And that's probably something to email me for and I can follow up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ashwar. My question is that the Google rings, like sometimes it's not very tasty for us as considering accessibility. You saw that maximum time our adaptive technology is not supported to the getting information through the Google. How you are just dealing with these issues, especially the inaccessible sites and contents? Thank you.
So is the question related to accessibility on Google websites or accessibility on the web in general?
I'm talking about how Google are dealing with the accessibility needs of the people with disabilities.
Okay. So I do know there's a huge team that does work on accessibility across all the products in Google. I'm not well qualified to speak on it, but I dare say if you use your favorite internet search engine and do a search for it, you'll probably find some information. And it is a serious thing. I know that a few years ago, the Google Apps suite wasn't particularly well set up for accessibility, and I believe it is very good now. And it's been a huge effort with shortcuts and those interfaces. And I know Android as well has a lot of accessibility features. So it certainly is a common discussion, and often it's block product launches when those things aren't built in. If there's any specific products that you think are not working well, from an accessibility perspective, if you or someone you're sitting nearby, always look for the feedback button, the send feedback button. It will be on the web page or on the app in one of the menus. It's an incredibly important way for users to report things back to us, and those great tickets and issues go straight to the relevant product team's queue. So I know it sounds silly, but it's probably a quicker way to get feedback to the right people inside Google is to do that than for me to try and pass it on and find out who to speak to. So I encourage you to do that if you ever feel you're coming across something that is failing from a usability point of view.
Thanks, Ronald, for a very nice presentation. So I just had a recent query. In most countries, I guess, Google now have localized pages. Like in Bangladesh, we have google.com.pd. So does Google has any policy, like in the local pages, QE should be more focused? Like when I'm trying to access google.com, or when I try to access google.com.pd, so the PD page should be served in a better way. Does Google follow any sort of this policy? Or is
I don't know why we would differentiate which page the user might want to see based on which country that user's in. I don't see how that would be good for the user. Hey, sorry?
I think it's inserted locally, you know it's.
Oh, serve it locally. Well, the search pages are all served from the data centers.
Okay, so it's the same performance for all.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, guys. Yeah, so it's a good question, but no, so just because it has a .bd at the end doesn't mean that it's coming local. Okay.
Anyone any questions?
Yeah, we got to move on all the time. Okay, guys, remember your t-shirts at the break.
Thanks, Ronald, for your very nice presentation. I think there have been a lot of questions to be asked. That was good, Ronald. Okay, so next speaker is Mas. Mas is an expert from Japan. He's very popular guy in English region, and lots of bdNOG3 and network meetings he speaks. So he will show the sync clients and traffic trends, and he will share some examples from his IS vendors.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Yoshino Baksuraki, but people call me just Mars, because it's my email and even my wife call me Mars. So today I will talk about traffic trend. And we need a traffic trend because based on that we can design our upgrade network. Like yes, I have a 10 connection at home. So when do I need to upgrade it to the next stage? If I measure my traffic trend, then I clearly find, okay, I will hit some capacity, then before that I need to upgrade. The same thing happens to enterprise or ISP. So this is a thinking of designing the network. Number one, oversubscription. So we know only some of the users using the network at once, right? So we can expect statistical multiplexing effect. So we can put more users. So here I have 2 customers, and each of them have 100 meg connection, but still I have only 100 meg uplink. So it's not enough in the diagram. But if they don't use the network at once at the same time, then probably this could be enough. Of course, then we need to estimate utilization to avoid congestion. Here's another thing, over-provisioning. Okay, I have 200 meg customers. Simply, I gave 1 gig uplink. Should be more than enough. Never congested, I hope. But of course, it's hard to. So then, how do we design it? Actually, I'm from ISP, IIJ, mostly based in Japan. We designed our backbone like this. We expect statistical multiplexing effect in our backbone because we have many customers, many clients. internet. So it's based on the oversubscription. But we provide more capacity against its utilization. So if our customer using like a 40 gig traffic, then we provide 80 gig capacity to avoid congestion. So with this configuration, it's cost effective, and yes, we can have redundancy. Also, the latency is quite low. So that's why we need a traffic trend. Each network has own characteristics. So based on the consumer usage, enterprise usage, some are sending traffic, some are focusing on watching videos, right? So we should know our network traffic. So this is a typical traffic. This one is from IIJ Enterprise Network. So employee or staff are using corporate network to send and receive and view or watch a web page or sending PowerPoint, right? So our business hour starting 9 in the morning until 5:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. So clearly, Sunday, Saturday, we don't see not much traffic, only working days. So this is a day traffic. The office officially starts 9 in the morning, but before that, probably a few people started to work. And then continue until midnight, right? People working hard. This is the consumer doing. So every day, people watching something. So this is a from network or ISP side view. So outgoing traffic, that means users downloading traffic from internet and sending back some traffic to the internet, probably uploading photos or videos or bi-directional voice chatting or video chatting, something like that, or P2Ps. So we pay people probably starting the network 6 in the morning somehow, then going up until lunchtime, thinking the level until evening, and going up again. So when people return from their office, then they started to use internet at home. Weekend, almost the same, but still we see a little bit more traffic on the daytime like this. Yeah. And nighttime, it's almost the same. This is the CDN traffic, like Akamai or they are distributing traffic. They are sending traffic to us, not actually us, our customers, right? So that's why most traffic are incoming to us and then sending to our customer. This is a weekday. So people started to use internet probably 6 in the morning, and then after breakfast a little bit decrease, and then lunchtime again increase. And going up and midnight, people watch, I don't know, YouTube or videos. Weekend, little bit different. So we don't see any peak on the lunchtime anymore, but instead we have more narrow traffic. This is the internet exchange traffic. So clearly we see more peak on lunchtime. I'll tell later on this stuff. and also more incoming traffic on IX, because we are pairing with other parties at IX. They are CDN or they are ISPs. So this is a mixture of traffic. On the weekend, yes, daytime we have more traffic incoming. And this is mobile. We see more peak, unusual peak sometimes. That's why we see some peaks on the CDN traffic, right? Here, after breakfast, we see some traffic increase and also lunchtime. Because nowadays, people using mobile phone to check content, website, videos. So lunchtime, usually people go outside to have lunch, and during that time, people read or check website and some other stuff. And the interesting part of this graph is this morning traffic. In Japan, people need to commute. I need to take like a 1 hour train ride. During that time, people use mobile phone to check website and check news or check content. So that's why we see heavy traffic during the commuting time. It's a typical or social or reflection of the usage. Probably you have a different traffic trend in this country. Weekend, so no need to commute, so we don't see much traffic in the morning time, but still lunchtime, somehow people prefer to use internet. Okay, then, based on the traffic trend, we can schedule upgrade. For that, you should know your client. You should know your network. It's depending on your customer's client, even at the enterprise network. Probably you are using a different communication tool or internet application. So you should know your usage of network. And based on that, you can design your network. So this is a bad example. Traffic concentration. Why it's bad? Because we design network based on or expecting the statistical multiplexing effect. But if traffic concentrated, the effect is reduced. This is a graph of the interconnection with other ISPs. And they hosted a CDN in the network. And from there, they started to distribute new firmware for mobile phone. That time, fortunately, our capacity is enough to handle the traffic, but the traffic shape is a little bit strange. Probably they have the congestion at their network, or they use a rate limiting somehow. So how can we deal with concentration? Yes, we can upgrade. Simply put more capacity, more boundaries. Yes, it's possible. Or if we are lazy, we just wait and see what happens in the future. Then probably congestion happen, user experience, customer experience. In some cases, they cannot use the internet as usual, or something else. I have an example here. New Year's greetings. It's a cultural stuff, but it seems people want to send a message to your friends, parents, partners when it gets New Year. So January 1st, starting 0 in the morning until 3 in the morning. So this 2 hours duration, we are observing 7 times more messages than usual. So 7 times more. That's very unusual. So should we avoid to deal with this topic? I don't know. And actually, Japanese mobile operators ask users to avoid such message. Because if they send a message like at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning, that's okay. It's distributed. But this peak time, it's almost impossible to handle the message. So probably we can ask users, or we can show the usage of the network to avoid congestion. Then users can choose more capacity by their own. Software distribution sometimes happen. Windows so far they release an update once per month, but they will change in the future. iOS, macOS update, yes, happen. And gaming product, they have huge, they call it patch, but it's like a 2 gig or 4 gig data now. And we are also seeing karaoke update. Digital data. They are distributing karaoke data through internet. All of them have several gigabyte data, and usually they release to the client side at the same time. And many clients in a network. This is an example of iOS 8 distribution. So they started 2 in the morning Japan time, but somehow the traffic is not that huge, but it's just continuing. Probably they introduced some kind of queuing mechanism. Once you tap the iOS 8 or iOS update on your mobile phone, it says, okay, we accepted your request. Please wait. That's a cool start. So they ask user to wait, right? Mobile device, it's a headache always. We bring it anytime, and we can use it anytime. And it changed traffic count. As I said, commuting is quite popular in Japan. About 3,000 people inside the train. That moves, right? At the Tokyo station, almost 50 trains per hour. So 50 by 3,000 devices coming and going away. Yeah, so somehow you need to do handover for these clients. It's a headache. I can tell one more topic here. We use mobile phone as an alarm clock to wake up in the morning, right? And mobile phone sleep to reduce its battery usage. And once wake up, it starts to communicate. So it has a queuing mechanism inside. So it can buffer request inside of the device. So once it wake up, it sends to the internet. So we are seeing high traffic at 6:30, 7 in the morning, 7:30. But it's a very short period traffic, so you cannot observe the 5 minutes average traffic. It's like a finish several seconds. But still, it's a high peak because once mobile phone allow you, okay, it's 7 in the morning, you should wake up. Also, the mobile phone will wake up and started to send requests. And mobile phone is well synced. Its accuracy is quite amazing. Already less than 1 second accuracy, they sync to the UTC or whatever standard clock. So it's kind of DDoS. To synchronize, we need a distribution. Okay, summary. Statistical multiplexing effect is a key of backbone network design. There could be concentrations because of social and also technical reasons. We, as a network operator, should give feedback. What we observing, what kind of situation we have now. Then other CDN or application developers can reconsider about the design of their distribution. That's my thought.
We will take some questions.
Hi, so I'm Adi working in ground network. So from working experience, I can tell that capacity management is the most critical part, one of the most critical parts for day-to-day activities. This is a major headache, particularly considering the competitive market environment, where you cannot actually kill the user that you can create this complicated system. There are always market failures. So I just have one question that you have basically handled the backbone capacity. So in Japan and other countries, sharing the backbone capacity between the operators, is it now popularity or very active to get this kind of sudden events? Because when there's a sudden traffic rise, you don't know how much the traffic can burst up to. So it's better to keep backbone capacity and share it with some operators. So how much promising is that better?
So you are sharing backbone capacity?
Not at this moment, but I was just thinking that whether it's feasible or realistic or straight line networks here.
Yeah, could be.
Okay.
Yeah, to get your to commit your quality control. Yes.
Okay. But I mean, are you aware about real examples that how much you can be?
Sorry,
I mean, have you any experience or real work with that? How much effective calculation can become in terms of competitive networks?
Usually we upgrade our network before the usage get 50%.
Okay.
Then we can commit our quality of service. We don't use any QoS or any kind of strange rate limiting in your network. Instead of that, we just provide enough capacity against its usage.
That is always the best option, but you know this one has to be justified. So all the things sound good.
Yep.
Understand?
Understand. Yeah.
Any more questions, please? Okay, Lars, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, so next I'd like to invite Mr. Fukru Alom for the next presentation, locally known as Papufai. He is the CEO of bdNOG3 and some other organization as well. So Papufai will describe some analysis and techniques for preventing DDoS.
So I'm hoping if you heard any other name start with the sounds like of me, so I've heard the names. So I work for bdNOG as a CTO. So the presentation that talk is my experience handling DDoS. So and I'll discuss 3 open community tools specifically by team table. So I'll discuss all those 3, how they need the benefit of identify the loss, mitigate them, and do the analysis. So the first is important is when you have DDoS, keep calm because it's just a DDoS. I saw people get panicked when it's DDoS. It's usual because they have pressure from the customer and from the management where the service is down, right? So the first technique is you have to be calm and quiet and identify what is the real reason of DDoS. I know it's very hard. And the fact with the DDoS is it's not whether you're going to have DDoS or not. The fact is when definitely at any given point of time or any time you will be under a DDoS attack. It's a matter of time when it's going to be happening. It might be now, it's going on in infrastructure, it's within the threshold, that's why you are not getting those. If you cross the threshold, then you are allowed by your knock from your the employee that if something goes wrong in the infrastructure. So small definition of DOS or DDoS is a target specific to your infrastructure or maybe to the service, depending on what kind of DDoS is going on. So it is volumetric, mainly on the infrastructure. It takes all the available bandwidth you have, or it might be specific to the application, the upper level, the layer 7. It might be a HTTP gate attack or HTTP post attack. It depends on what type of DDoS you're going to have. But the fact is that the ultimate target is to slow down your infrastructure of the services so that intended user or the actual user are denied to get those services. So this is the basic motivation behind DDoS. So there are two things important in the DDoS. One is the detection and the mitigation. So to mitigate something, you need to detect who are the actual IPs or who are the countries who are sending those traffic to infrastructure or who you're doing applications for. So you need to detect those. So I'll discuss those techniques or tools which can give you an idea who are the source IPs. Most of the cases, those are fake IPs, but yeah, you need to find it out who are the regions or who are the source IPs are sending all those packets, and then you need to mitigate those. And in mitigation, you can do diversion. If you heard about scrubbing technique, so there are a lot of organizations who provide DDoS mitigation tools, services. What they do, they take all those bad traffic, they filter those up, and send the good traffic to infrastructure. So that's how it works. So when you mitigation, you can track those, clean those bad traffics, and send a good traffic to your server. So as I said, all those 3 applications, especially by Team Info, if you heard about them, they're very good in security service installation. These are open community tools. You don't have to pay anything for those services. So the first one is Bogle filter. I'll go one by one in details of all of those. And flow sonar, and the newly launched service by them is UTRS, unwanted traffic removal services. So let's look at the first one, the Bogle filter. So I think you know the definition of Bogle is like the IPs which are not allowed to be routable in the internet. So it will be RDC 1980 or other IPs which are not adequate to any of the RIR or tail of the customer. So these are the Bogles. Especially initially what we do, we maintain static Bogle list, right? So maybe RDC 1980 or other IPs, we get a static list of IPs who are not allocated to the RIR. We put a static ACL in our core router and we filter those traffic, right? But it's hard to maintain because you never know that what IP is allocated to which RIR. So you need to keep in pace and look after those static filter or source IPs to update those Bogle filters. So what TPMs does is they give you a service where you can do a remote EPGP pairing with your router. They filter all the Bogle router a route and you put it in a NAL or you can put in any other router if you want to do analysis. So that's the golden signal. So it's easy for us just when BGP and it's all responsible for the team who they maintain all the IPVs who should be in the golden list. So they do it for you. And one research found from the team is that 60% of the naughty packet which we found in the DDoS attack are from the Google prefix. Right. So if you have filtered those prefixes, 60% of chances that those prefixes are filtered from your core and it doesn't affect your infrastructure. So these are the sample screenshots for the IPv. For the next one is IPv6. As I said, it's pretty easy. You do an eBGP session with a team group. Okay. So you need to communicate with them, and I'll show you later how you do that. If you can see the configuration, then we have a prefix in and out. We match those prefixes in the community, we test them in the community, and we build those prefixes 1 and 0 to or any other IPs. So if you do further analysis, what traffics are coming from those Google sources, you can put your honeypot or any other server and you can do further analysis. Right? And it's the same example is for IPv6. So they give you the both IPv4 and IPv6 probabilities. And after setting it up, the output like that. And you see it with the global for this prefix match with this community, and you put it to another. Now you can put it to another and forward to any of your honeypot or other servers where you can do further analysis. So how you can do that? Before that, the status right now with the Google is that right now till today I'm using 3,680 IPv4 prefixes and 58,401 prefix Google prefixes IPv6. So those are all Google prefixes, and these are automatically announced by the BGP. So to do that, what you can do, you can send a mail to googleRS@teamkeeper.com. So what they mean is whether you need a full Google list for IPv4 or IPv6, you can mention that in a mail. You need to have an AS number to eBGP, an IP address with which you want to do the eBGP. You can do it through, if you have two more routers, you can do redundancy with them, you can do 2 eBGP sessions. And optionally, as the core security guide, they might ask for your eBGP. So if you have, sign it, because they will also use the MD5 authentication for the eBGP session. And I'm pretty sure they will not share their password in an unencrypted email. So you need to encrypt your mail, send the MD5 authentication password, and they will enable those for you. So these are the reference things you can go and find and apply for this. That's the first tool I use. Next, the flow sonar. So it's a kind of if you use with the NetFlow MSS, it's a pretty same, but it has some own plugins developed by Team team. So while you can get all the list of the CNC servers, which IPs from your infrastructure or from your customer is in open proxy or maybe open resolver or sending spam or connected to any of the CNC on the box server, you go to the IPs. So before going in detail, just a screenshot. So if you look at it, it's somebody is basically MSN and NFTA. That's it. And on top of it, they have their own plugins, and if you go in detail, it says how much ICMP traffic you have at a certain period, how much TCP, how much UDP. And if it cross the threshold, it sends you an email. So if you send an email and say, okay, your ICMP you cross the limit, and you can go and check there might be something wrong with the infrastructure. And this is the screenshot of their plugin DDoS trunk. So you see the time frame, source IP, which source code and which destination IP, which destination code, and which protocol they're having connected to the CNC server. So it gives you the full visibility of your internal infrastructure of the IPs who are having a threat communication or via CNC communication. So the beauty with the applying for the flow sonar is they will send you the hardware, one server and one router, because they use IPsec coming to send those data. So you go to this link or send a mail to outreach@teamkeeper.com. You apply those, they have certain procedure. After that, they'll send you a physical server and a router. You put it in a rack. You just export those code to the server, and you can get all those web interface to analyze. That's why we can have a flow sonar. It's completely free and available for everyone. So that's the second one you have a flow sonar. So first one we filter the Google prefix, which with the statistics show that 60% of the parent traffic of the detailed traffic are originating from those Google prefixes. So you filter those out. Then you have the flow sonar, which gives you the complete visibility of infrastructure, which IP is sending, what in which destination. So if anything goes wrong, you can do. If you are used to it, net extend with the same thing. And the last one is UTRS, unwanted traffic removal service. Before going there, just a small discussion of remote trigger backbone. I think if you work with the routing, you should know that what is RTPS. So RTPS 101 is like you have your server connected to the BGP with your service provider and this service provider infrastructure. So in a BGP, you announce a prefix 1.2.3.0/24 to your upstream, and it can announce through its IBGP. You announce an BGP and service provider will announce it with IBGP. It goes to the internet, right? So one DDoS hacker or DDoS attack comes on. So someone else sending a lot of traffic to those IPs 1.2.3.0.1 or any of the IPs of the /24. So this traffic goes to the transit 1 and to the service provider B router, and you are connected to the C router, and it reaches to the server. So if it is the preferred path, if it is a volumetric DDoS attack, then all the available bandwidth you have will be taken by the attacker, right? So with RTPS, what we do is that it depends on your upstream provider whether they have something or not. So you match those prefix with the certain community and announce it to your upstream provider, and this community is given by your upstream provider. So they say, okay, level this. If you level any IP with this community, I'll put them in null, right? Null routes, and they'll drop those packets. So what we can do is, if the attack is on IP5, we match that particular IP with a particular community. We announce to the BGP, to my service provider, as he configures all his router, accordingly, he drops all the traffic. That's how they would figure that only one, right? So you announce those, and your transit provider will discard, and all the packet will be dropped from your transit provider. So as I said, you need to check whether your upstream, whether it is supporting or not, the remote trigger backbone. And before any incident, please configure those and test it. I see a lot of people when they are under DDoS attack, they remember, okay, my upstream provider is supporting RTPS, let's configure those and work on it. It doesn't work like that, right? Because you are under a certain pressure from your client as a management, and you are then configuring your router for supporting remote trigger backbone. So do that and make sure that you already announce your prefix, not someone else's prefix to now, right? Is it a good idea? So you announce your prefix, especially to your upstream provider with that particular community you talk to them. So with this basic 1.1, UTRS works on the same principle. So it has a specific community. Except the team group, we do BGP peering with them. They will ask you to match those prefixes with that particular community. If those team group will drop those prefixes. So there's a small configuration, but it's the same. You filter those prefixes, you set the community. Team group says with the US number 410. If you take those prefixes with this community, then they will null route. And all the partners connected to UTRS service will basically drop those prefixes. So how you apply for this? This is a newly launched project by TP, their team with whom they will do this peering, because it has some other consequences. If you null route some other one's IP, and if they null route and broadcast to all your partners, it is very bad in long run. So and they do a lot of intensive organizational verification. And they'll send you mail and verify your organization, and if everything goes good, you can do an BGP peering for UTRS. How can you apply? You can go to this link and you'll find that you'll do an BGP. The last 2 slides. So how does it different with other other remote reader flag calling. If my upstream is supporting remote reader flag calling, is within each domain. So let's say data is allowed me to do flag calling of certain prefixes. So it only draws from Tata's infrastructure, but not from others. But with the UTRS, if you have a good partner, good peering with others, and if you have a lot of customer, then if I put an order and it will draw from iPhone, right? So someone else from Brazil is peering, someone from Hong Kong is peering, from India is peering. So if I drop it, it will be drawn from the infrastructure also. So it works across the operator. That's the three good tools I found really helpful when you handling those large scale DDoS attack. Other, if you want to read more, I think bdNOG3. They have a DDoS attack DCOP. I think it's already published. If you go to the bdNOG3 link, mentioned in my slide, you see a lot of details, explanation on how to work on DDoS, how to filter those out. And I believe we have a DCOP session in our last session in session 4, which will talk more about what is DCOP and what it does. So go to the link, read through, you will find a good indication. And it's a community-driven article created by all the engineers. So you'll be real-world experience engineer who say what you should do when you run something setup, right? So I'll very quickly go through my slides. If you have any question, I can take it, or we can go for a tea break and we can discuss those. And I have another announcement. Because tomorrow I have an announcement that you can get a t-shirt. Before that, I have an announcement whether we can have a small photo shoot here before going to the t-shirt, going to the tea break. Is it okay? Sure. So we can close the door so that no one can go out. So take a small.
Do you want to take any question from the audience?
Yeah, I can take it right now, or maybe the tea break.
Which one? Which one or two? Anyone?
Hopefully there is no question.
Your configuration files weren't very visible from the slides. Can you make it available from?
Yeah, it will be uploaded hopefully by tonight if I'm right. So I'll upload to the slide to our bdNOG's website. So if you go to bdNOG.org, all the slides will be there. Not mine, all the speakers there.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I request you everyone to come up the stage. Take a group photo right now before going for afternoon snacks.
এগুলো একটু পিছাই দিতে হবে। অনেক দূর বল আমার সাথে
I'm always a couple with ladies.
You've got a real shoulder to women.
Hey, Mike. It's important, right? What? Nobody's smiling. Nobody's crying. টি ব্রেকে কোনো চিজ দেওয়া হচ্ছে না, সো চিজ করে সবাইকে আমার মনে হয় সবাই একটু চিন্তা করে ক্যামেরা কোন দিকে যায় আমরা কিন্তু দেখতেছি। ও এটা আচ্ছা আচ্ছা
Follow me around. Group of crazy.
ছয়টায় এখান থেকে এয়ারপোর্ট যেতে তো
Now the thing আপনার খেয়াল করছেন
Yeah.
Lei passata. আচ্ছা ক্রিস গুন্ডমেলা
Hello. Sorry for the meeting. I would like to introduce Chris from the society to discuss about this kind of operational practice. So you are welcome to this session. Thank you.
Hello again, good afternoon. Clear note here. There we go. So now we're going to talk about something a little bit different, BCLP, which is best current operational practices, and we'll just dive right in here. So I think the first question to ask is, what is a BCLP? What is a best current operational practice? They are living documents. What I mean by a living document is they change over time. They describe the best operational practices that are currently agreed upon by subject matter experts. So really what that means is that they are documents written by engineers, for engineers, about how to do the things that we're doing right now. So I talked earlier about the IATF, which is designing standard protocols that we use, so things like OSPF, BGP, IP. BCLPs are the operator side of kind of giving input back to the IATF, as well as informing each other how to best implement these things. So while the IATF RFCs describe how OSPF works in software and hardware on the device itself, on your routers and switches, BCLP talks about how you actually implement it in your network. They're to be vetted and periodically reviewed by the global network engineering community. And again, that's because they're living documents, and we want them to reflect not only the best practice, but the current practice, right? So best current operational practices. Why am I talking about these today? The problem we're trying to address is that operational knowledge tends to be somewhat tribal. There are groups of people who know things. There's guys who know a lot about DNS, who've done it for a long, long time. There's people who have done routing. There's OSPF experts out there, MPLS experts, BGP experts. And these things get shared. at NOG meetings all around the world, through presentations in the hallway and in the coffee breaks, internal documents inside of organizations, and also a lot of times it's inside of someone's head. Also, these things change over time. The technology changes, the protocols we use change, and the practices to implement them all change over time. All of these things get talked about in operational forums, but there's hundreds of operational forums around the world. bdNOG is one of many NOGs that are successful all over the world. And these archives of presentations are stored in different formats. Some are searchable, some aren't. Most of them don't end up having speech tags or video. There's no real vetting. Anyone can come up and speak, and they may not be getting the best view, but they're getting their view, right? And so the question we're trying to answer here is, how do I find up-to-date, relevant information when I need it? If you don't have an expert there on hand, if you don't have a friend who knows this stuff, you can't just ask them, where do you go to find this information and know that you're finding the best information, the most current information? The BCOP solution, the solution that many network engineers have been working on for many years now, is to do an open, transparent, bottom-up, and community-led process. Basically using open forums, open mailing lists, on a publicly searchable site to put these documents out there, make sure that people get to review them, and so that they actually represent the best possible practice that's current right now, vetted by many people, and kind of stamped with that seal of, engineers looked at it, and it is correct. We look at the 80-20 model, which means there's always going to be corner cases, and there's always exceptions to every rule, but we try to document the practices that work for 80% of the time for most of us. The things are going to work most of the time. And if there's big caveats, if there's big things that are different from network to network or region to region, we want to try and call those out. This is happening all over the world, and it's community-led, right? So these are things that happen by the communities. So groups like these get together and start developing these documents. These are a look at some of the kind of whole regions, some of the bigger efforts that are going on. In the Africa region, there's a BCOP group working on the African NOG. In Asia, there was a BCOP BOC held just the last Apricot APAN in Fukuoka. Actually, Baku was the one who led that BCOP group there. And I think the decision was made that in Asia, one of the best ways to approach this, and actually the whole Asia Pacific region, one of the best ways to approach this is on an even more regional basis, looking at groups like bdNOG or SANOG to develop these best practices kind of in local regions. In Europe, there's a Right BCOP task force, which is co-chaired by my colleague Jan Zorz and Ben Overotter. They have several documents in progress. They just published their first document of BCOP very recently. Latin America as well has a BCOP task force alongside LACNOG, the Latin American and Caribbean Network Operators Group. And then North America, I helped chair the NANOG BCOP committee, which was the first one, but it's not any more important other than we've been talking about this maybe a little bit longer. The URL at the top is a website on the Internet Society's Deploy 360 project, which provides information on all of these regional efforts and links to find more information about all of them. So if you're interested in this, I highly encourage you to go take a look there. You can see much more information than what I have time to present right now. So what are writing BCOPs about? We keep a running list of topics, again on the Deploy 360 site as the Internet Society. A few that have come up recently is how to test your network performance. We heard a little bit about that from Donald earlier. How to check your visibility from the global internet. Deaggregation, where to set strict filtering boundaries, especially in IPv6. How operators use IRRs. How do you use your routing registry? How do you know which routes are valid, which ones aren't to build your prefix filters? IPv6 numbering scenarios. We heard a lot about that this morning as well. DNS policies, email policies, ICMP filtering, and the list goes on and on and on. One of the things to note here is that a lot of these things, these BCOPs themselves, are probably things that if you're an expert in it, it seems like common sense to you. It seems like something that's very easy. And so a lot of people don't want to write these things down or don't think to write them down because they've been doing it for a couple of years or even many years. It seems easy to them. What we don't remember is that there's other places in the world and even other places right next door that may not know that. As I said, an MPLS expert might not know much about DNS, but DNS documents are very helpful to him, written by DNS experts. What the Internet Society is doing from here, we're really trying to help bootstrap new efforts, try to get new efforts going. A big part of that is me coming here and telling you about the efforts around the world, giving you the idea, and then get those moving. Also, of course, we want to develop new BCOP documents. once a BCOP effort has been created, the goal of that effort is to create these documents and add them to a global repository eventually. Reviewing and updating existing BCOP documents is another piece of this. Obviously, we want these to be living documents. And as practices change, as people find new ways to do things, and as new technologies come along, we want that to be reflected in these documents. And then we're really working on right now looking at global coordination. So as I said, there's regional efforts that have started up, but I think the most valuable way to present these is in one global repository. And so we're working on a way to kind of, now that there's efforts all over the world, we're going to kind of tie those together at a global level, which may be something that the ITF can help with, or possibly even a site, but we're still working on that and finding the details there. I think the key thing right now is to start these efforts and start to get the documents written and vetted by people. You can get involved, and really this is kind of a grassroots effort that you can jump into. It's still something that's really emerging around the entire world, something that's very new everywhere. And so getting in on it now would be very good, to put you ahead of the curve a little bit. You can contribute to existing drafts, even though the existing working groups are kind of regionalized, right? There's one on bdNOG and LACNOG and AFNOG, right? All those are wide open, and you can participate in any of them. All the work happens on mailing lists, and so you can jump in and either write documents or contribute to documents very easily. Of course, you can always kick off a new document as well, or even start a regional BCOP effort. This is a very vibrant community, obviously. I see many of you here and talking, and many experts in the room. And so I think there's probably a lot of value that you could add writing documents and here, creating a group here that can work together, perhaps at future bdNOGs, or even over a mailing list here locally, and then share those with the world. Deploy360 at ISOC.org is the email address for my group, where you can definitely send us questions. But also, I'd like to take any now that you have and kind of dig into this a little more. If anyone has any thoughts or ideas or questions about what a BCOP is or what a BCOP effort looks like, I'd be happy to help with that right now, if you'd like. If not, you can obviously find me during one of the later coffee breaks, or even perhaps at dinner tonight. I'd be happy to talk about this to anyone who's interested. I just wanted to kind of give a taste of what BCOP means and why there might be value there.
Does anyone have a question?
So no questions. I mean, everybody thinks this is a great idea. You're going to start a bdNOG BCOP effort, or the opposite. Is everyone interested or no one? Like I said, one of the hardest things we found about this is in general, and I'm speaking for myself as well, many engineers don't like writing documentation, right? It's kind of a necessary evil. But this is a way where you can kind of use your experience to benefit all those around you. So I highly encourage getting involved if you can. Great. Well, thank you, and please feel free to grab me if you do have any questions. Thanks.
Hello. I think I still service work and explore in this group and BCOP. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Chandrika from my team to share the updates.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your participation today. And this presentation is all about an engagement update from ICANN. To introduce myself, I'm Chandrika, and I'm here together with ICANN's Chief Security Officer, John, who will be talking later on. So this, in my presentation, actually, as I said, I will try to give you some update about ICANN and how you can actually get engaged within this community. Right?
Okay, now, first of all, talking about ICANN is a very long acronym, as you can see. In case if you are new to this acronym, ICANN stands for Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. So you can see these two terms, names and numbers there. So these are actually unique identifiers that we discuss, in Internet, right? The main, or one of the main objectives or missions of ICANN is to make sure that we keep Internet secure, stable, and interoperable, right, as a network. ICANN was formed back in 1998, a long time ago, but we operate as a non-profit organization, and we also follow the multi-stakeholder model. I'll come back to this multi-stakeholder model very soon. And now, in terms of the functions that ICANN coordinates, there are a number of functions that ICANN coordinates together with the community. If you can see a list of there are quite a lot of these things, and again, in all these areas, the community can participate. So that's the most important thing. So we have the domain name system, the DNS, and so we talk about the Internet resources, the IP address, the number distribution. So for this, there is also another entity, another body called IANA. IANA is one of the functions that, or in a way, you can call it as like an operational arm. IANA stands for Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, that actually distribute these IP addresses to the globally they do distribution through RIRs, basically. So IANA would distribute to RIRs, and then RIRs would distribute to the RIR members and so on, right? So that's so IANA deals with not only the IP addresses but also the AS number distribution process as well. So here we are talking all about the unique identifiers when it concerns to the Internet. And then I can also coordinate the protocol parameters, and we have protocol numbers and so on. Then, especially talking about DNS, root server systems, that's something is quite important, especially in terms of the DNS delegations, and again, coming on to the SSR aspects, security, stability, and resiliency of Internet. So from all these perspectives, the root server systems are quite important as well. Then going further, we also actually closely work with generic top-level domains, or what we call GTLDs. As probably you know, there are lots of GTLDs nowadays, like .coms, .nets, and so on. And then also actually we work very closely with the country code top-level domains, like CCTLDs. For example, here in Bangladesh, the .bd and so on, right? So these are some of the main functions that I can work with the community, and then we actually deal with. Now, earlier I was mentioning about the multi-stakeholder model of kind of how these things happen. And when we think about all these aspects earlier, what we discussed, things like the DNS, the Internet resources, the unique identifiers, and so on, it is very important for the community to develop policies, and then carry it actually forward. So it is kind of a bottom-up process. So that's why we have to actually basically working in communities and start developing these policies. So you can see when you think about the ICANN communities, there are various types of groups or communities. You can think sometimes you could be belonging to a technical community, or you could be belong to a business community, or a government stakeholder, or civil society, and so on. So you could be belong to various different groups or stakeholders within the community. So irrespective of that, you can still actually contribute to, you can be involved within your communities. I'm sure here, probably most of you are network engineers, operators, ISPs, and so on. You can still, this is a very good forum. For example, bdNOG is a good forum where all the network operators, network engineers, and so on, you will come to one place and discuss about all your issues and things like that. So this can be actually, if this collaboration can be actually taken on to even development of policies as well. So this is where you can really get involved with the ICANN policy development process. So it is, as I said, it is kind of a bottom-up process, right? It's a multi-stakeholder model, and within ICANN communities, there are various what we call advisory groups or support organizations. So, for example, say for country code top-level domains, like say the CCPLDs, .dd or .in or .pk and so on. So all these country code top-level domains, they can actually contribute to a support organization within ICANN called CCNSO, Country Code Name Support Organization. In the same way, if you are in addressing product communities, you can actually contribute to the ASO, the Address Support Organization. Like this, for GNSO, the Generic Name Support Organization, for GPLDs, and so on. So there are support organizations as well as there are advisory committees. So, for example, if you are specifically talking about government, because when we think about the policies, how in a certain country level, national interest and things like that. So the government might have to have a say within the ICANN communities as well. So for that, there are advisory committees. There is an advisory committee called GAC, or the Government Advisory Committee. In the same way, there are various others from a security perspective. There is something called SSAC, Security and Stability Advisory Committee. And then for root servers, there's an advisory committee. So there are various committees depending on your interest, depending on your community that you are in, depending on your interest group. You can still actually bring your thoughts, your ideas, your participation into ICANN and contribute towards policies. That's the most important thing. So talking about the some of these internet resources, what we discussed about. So it is very important from ICANN perspective, because we distribute these internet resources, the uniqueness of these resources has to be maintained properly. Because we have to make sure, if you think about DNS, if you are giving a certain name, you visit that name, not somewhere else, right? So uniqueness has to be properly maintained as well. So these are the things that we have to think about. So when you think about the DNS hierarchy, there is a proper structure in DNS. We have to maintain a proper structure, and so there are things called delegations that we do all the way from a place called root. Root is the place where top of the hierarchy, of the DNS hierarchy, probably as you know, and then so we have a namespace for the root, or what we call the root namespace, and this is where actually the root servers would come in. So there are even for the stability, the security, the stability of internet, the root server operation is very important, as I said before. So having proper operation of root servers, we have to make sure in case say if the root is down, it doesn't mean that the whole internet is going down, right? So we have to make sure that if one root server is down, still the internet functions properly, right? So there are nowadays, if you think about root servers, there are lots of root servers scattered around the world. These are all Anycast instances, and so from ICANN perspective, ICANN is the operator for the L-root server. There are 13 of those names, all the way starting from A to B, C, D, all the way up to M. So the L-root server is operated by ICANN, and so these are again very important, as I said, for load balancing, for the redundancy, and so on, and even the response times and so on. Because if you have a root server very close to you, the DNS queries can be resolved within that environment where your queries does not have to go very far to get it resolved, right? So this is just a kind of snapshot of the root servers. You can see this is particularly L-root server. There are about 160 instances scattered around the world. There are no L-root instances in Bangladesh, but there are a few other root name servers. I think there are 3 root name servers already in Bangladesh. There's a J instance of J, I, and D, I believe. So these are maintained by different operators as well. But if there is some interest, from community interest to have an elder server here in Bangladesh. We can always you can express your interest to ICANN, and we can discuss with you about those requirements as well. So this is something just want to actually let you know. Now, talking about the DNS, I told you about the delegations before, so you have the root on the top, and then we have the next level delegations. That is where the GTLDs or generic top level domains comes into the picture, like .coms, .nets, and so on. So historically, there has been only few of those, but over time, it has grown quite a lot, right? In the last few years or so, there has been a community process for applying for the new generic top-level domain, so what we call new GTLDs or new Gs. Now, this means this would actually allow organizations or communities to actually have their strings, whatever their strings of interest, to request as top-level domains. So this process has been there for a while, and during the first phase of this application process, I can receive close to about 2,000 applications for new GTLDs or new generic top-level domains. So these are anything, any name basically, right? So you can see, these are some examples. There could be, any string. Again, usually if you see the historical ones, there are limited characters of the TLDs, but in this case it's not. So there are various brands and various professions and things like that. So there are over 500 has been rolled out in the recent times, and so these are giving some statistics related to the new GTLDs. Most of the applications you can see now coming from, these are again regional distributions from Asia Pacific point of view. We have received 93. Actually, these are again which are the ones that have been delegated, right? Already been delegated. But as I said, I can receive about 2,000, close to about 2,000, 1,900 something applications. So it's still the application process is going on, the evaluation. So altogether, around 1,000 has been evaluated, and 500 are kind of operational. So there are quite a lot of those. And then once this process has been done, the second phase of there will be another round of applications as well, in case if you're interested in actually requesting for the new generic top-level domains. And also, actually, by the way, sometimes there are some basically for developing countries and so on. There are some reduced fee structures in terms of these fees as well, just for your information. Now, talking about all these aspects, I think it is also very important to understand the security perspective of these internet resources that we discussed, the DNS, the IP addresses, and so on. As we know, to make sure the internet is secure, we have to make sure these unique identifiers are being actually not taken care of properly, right? So this is where the security would comes in. So ICANN also has got several working groups, things like I said before, STAC and so on, where we work with the community in terms of to keep the internet healthy, secure, and resilient, right? So that especially from an operational group's perspective, I think the security aspect is something quite important. Just to let you know, if there are different community members from NOGs here, the technical communities, we work closely. We collaborate closely as well, network operators, governments, as I said before. Then the law enforcement is another stakeholder that we try to work very closely as well, because nowadays there are lots of cyber crimes happen, DNS abusers or IP address abusers, things like that. So this is where we have to actually closely work with them and to make sure that the unique identifiers are not really abused. Okay. Domain operators, again, if there are registries here or registrars here, feel free to approach us as well. It's again, various areas that we can collaborate as well. Regional internet registries like RIRs, so for example, bdNOG3 in this region, we work very closely as well. Probably you may have seen even in the past bdNOG3 and ICANN and we work together, we do training together, we do capacity building and so on. So these are all in the collaborative efforts, because without this sort of collaboration, it's going to be very hard for for us to actually work with the communities, work with the other organizations, groups, and so on. Search, that's another area, especially from a security point of view. The computer emergency response teams, even in Bangladesh, we have bdCERT, so something that we look forward to actually work with you as well. Yeah, so from DNS perspective, I think there were some presentations even in the morning talking about DNS as well. So I think as a sort of high level, what we want to know is, or what we want to make sure is that DNS is secure. As I said before, if you are visiting a certain URL, I mean, you have to get there, not somewhere else. Things like that. So, because nowadays, phishing type of attacks, the domain name hijacks, and things like these are quite common. So we have to actually collectively work together to handle these sort of abuses. Now, in terms of DNS security mechanisms, probably you may have heard about DNSSEC. DNSSEC is again something very important, especially to make sure that your DNS data is protected. I can strongly support this, and so DNSSEC has been there for quite a while. IETF has been working on DNSSEC RFCs for quite some time as well. So this is something again for the community. I mean, as operators, as ISPs, as network operators, you should be actually thinking about, right? Just a sort of brief snapshot of the current situation worldwide in terms of DNSSEC CCTLDs. So you can see that, I mean, all these green areas where you can see they have signed their zone, in other words, CCTLD zone. There are parts of the world, there are a number of countries here that has not signed as well. Now, talking about the root, remember if I earlier I was mentioning about the root server and the root zone. The root zone has been signed now, so the root level is all fine. And then from the CCTLD perspective, you can still see there are some countries, but generally it's okay. I think around 80% or so CCTLD zones have been signed so far, right? From BD perspective, we still have to get there. You can see that BD has not signed yet. So this is something that you will, especially the BD operator, would like to possibly, will have to work into, and we are quite happy to actually support you, help you in that perspective. So in fact, we look forward to that. In the recent times, from zones perspective, from TLD's perspective, a lot of zones have been signing, especially the TLDs. In the last few years, the growth rates has been quite rapid, mainly because people are taking more interest and trying to protect their zones using DNSSEC. And also, actually, if you see the ICANN's new registrar agreements, that also actually supports DNSSEC, and also actually there are some clauses in the contracts as well to support DNSSEC signing. So due to these reasons as well, you can see in the recent times there are many zones have been signing DNSSEC. So I think in case if you have not even thought about this, probably is something for you to actually think about. Especially if you are a ISP or a registrar, as I said before, even if you are a bank or enterprise, corporate, think about actually protecting your zone. In that way, you can still protect the zones below yourself as well, and so that we can try to actually protect the whole DNS hierarchy better. So that was about the DNS security. Now, from another aspect actually is the registration of these internet resources that we discussed. We talked about the names, and then the registration of names are very important if we have to go and actually look for the, say, in case there is some abuse, and how to handle this abuse, and how we can find the contact details, where to complain, and things like that. So this is where we have to actually make sure the proper contact details and proper resources are up to date in a database. But, I mean, we have a database for that called WHOIS database. So the registries and registrars they operate these databases as well. And so this would contain information about the resources, the contact details, and various sort of name-related information, data, and so on. These are all very useful, especially if you have to go and look for, or if you have to identify some abuse things and try to handle those things, especially together with law enforcement and so on, right? Now, from IP address point of view, actually the RIRs, they do manage the whois databases because probably you are familiar with that process. bdNOG, for example, for Asia Pacific region, they maintain the whois database that records IP addresses and the delegations of those to ISPs and then to the end sites. But from name perspective, this is where we are talking about, right? The whois databases that contains names information. Again, from ICANN perspective, this is another area that we would strongly encourage support as well, which is the deployment of IPv6. IPv6 again is something that the IETF has been working for quite some time. The community have been working for quite some time as well. In fact, RIRs they have been distributing IPv6 address space for quite some time as well. So this is something, in case if you have not, this morning actually when Simon was asking how many people are using IPv6, we could only see like 1 or 2 hands. Probably maybe this is something again that you should think about, especially getting IPv6 address blocks from the registries and then try to implement those in your networks, right? You can start with your infrastructure and then probably go into your other access networks and so on, right? So something starting is really good. Okay. Now, with all those things what we discussed, we talked about the DNS, we talked about the registration stuff, we talked about abuse handling, the IPv6, and then the law enforcement related collaboration and things like that. So in all these areas, actually, the capacity building is something that we try to work with the community, even with the policy development, as I said before. So ICANN do offer various capacity building opportunities. We work with the community, events like these, and there are various other events. There are webinars that we would offer. So try to actually be part of those. Try to engage with those various forums and various capacity building outreach activities. If you see there are some interest here for any specific area that you think, the areas that we discussed earlier, feel free to write to us. I mean, express your interest so that we can always talk to you. So participation is the key, right? Just to sort of summarize things, participation is the key. If you visit the ICANN website, you can find there are various channels that you can participate. ICANN we have 3 meetings every year happening somewhere in the world. So, for example, last ICANN meeting was in Singapore in February, and the next ICANN meeting is happening in Buenos Aires in Argentina. So, I mean, in different places of the world, so some meeting would be happening 3 times a year. So, and participating in these meetings is also something very useful to you, especially if you want to get engaged, just like what I said before, to contribute to the policies, contribute to the activities going on, and so on. One option is obviously to attend physically and go through all those things, and then participate. If you can't do that physically, then the other option is that you can always actually participate remotely. There are various remote participation options available, various actually webcasting opportunities, video cast, audio cast, live transcripts, and things like that. Also, actually, I want to highlight that there is a fellowship program as well that ICANN has. So if you want to physically participate in ICANN meetings, you can apply for fellowships. Obviously, this is a competitive thing, and ICANN receives a lot of applications all around the world. So but again, there are some priorities given for developing countries and so on, and also if you have a strong case, justification, and so on, and these are all good reasons that you can actually if you really want to come and contribute and so on. So feel free to join in these programs as well. If you want to know more information, feel free to talk to us. we are quite happy to help you. In fact, we just finished the fellowship application process for the ICANN 53 meeting, which is going to happen in this October in Ireland, but that's closed now. But soon we'll be announcing the new fellowship application process for the following meeting for 2016 as well. So stay tuned, stay in touch, and so on. Now, finally, just want to actually let you know that ICANN also actually recently opened a regional hub in Singapore late 2013. This would mean actually now it's quite close to you and time, especially in terms of the time zones. So if you have to actually contact us, or if you have any things to discuss, or if there are various, say, complaints or abuse handling or whatever it is, right? So if you have to actually deal with, it's much easier for you, especially given the regional perspective. So feel free to be in touch. That's the main thing, and we'll be here for next few days. I'll be here actually till end of the conference as well. We would like to actually talk to you and get get you involved. That's the main thing. So I hope it was a very quick update about what is ICANN and what we do and how you can participate. If you have any questions, we can take now, and if not, look forward to talking to you soon. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Now I'd like to Mr. Tuan to say something about the importance for the issue from ethnic. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just hopefully remember all the stats. So normally we go through an 8-week update, normally I'll give you an update on what's happening in the 8-week region. This time we're going to try something different. I'm going to talk about IPv4 transfers. So I'm going to talk about how you can get more IPv4 through transfers. So first I'll start with some statistics on the membership growth in Bangladesh. And then I'll talk about the membership growth in South Asia. Let's see if I remember the numbers. So there's been a steady growth since 2011. I think it was 80 something in 2011, and now we've hit 200 and doesn't fit. It's supposed to be 2015, and it's about 219. Half the slides are off. It's about, there are actually about 219 BD members at the moment. With South Asia, it's pretty much the same amount of growth, like the same line, and there's 825 South Asian members. With the APNIC pool, APNIC delegates from two separate pools. So one of it's from a 103/8 pool, that's what we call the final /8 pool. That's currently at 73%, so we've still got a fair bit of chunk of that to get out there. The other one is the non-103 pool, so that's everything else that has been returned by IANA, and we've thrown that in a different pool. So the policy allows you to get a /22 from the 103 pool and a /22 from the non-103 pool. But this graph is shows the amount of addresses that Bangladesh has received. So as you can see, 71% of Bangladesh accounts have not received a /21 yet. So you can still apply for a /22 from each pool. But if you are one of those unlucky members and you've already received your maximum, so you're part of that 21 plus 23%, I will talk about how you can get more through IPv4 transfers. So what we're going to talk about today is about IPv4 transfers. I'm going to go through who can do it, how you can do it, some tips and some conditions. So who can do it? Transfers can happen between yourself and other APNIC members, and it can happen between other RARs, between yourself and other RARs, such as ARIN. So transfers between APNIC members are the most common type of transfers that we receive. So far, Bangladesh has received 11 transfers. We haven't received any this year, but 2013, 2014 has been 11. You can view the logs at that link there, and that pretty much lists the address ranges that was transferred, the organization, who it came from, and who it went to, and the transfer date. Transfers can also happen between so transfers between APNIC and another RAR. So this one is the example between APNIC, say ARIN to APNIC. The source normally initiates the transfer. So if it's coming from the US to Australia, US to Bangladesh, they send their request to ARIN first, and then we get the transfer request. If it's coming to Bangladesh, then APNIC evaluates that request. You can get more information on that link, apnic.net/transfer. So how many transfers are we actually doing? So last year we've done just about 170 transfers. So there are quite a lot happening. Since 2000, I think we had our first transfer in 2010. So far, no transfers to Bangladesh this year. If you do need transfers, we're talking about it, so you know that you can do it. So how to do it? Once you log into my APNIC, under resources, resource transfer, you can just click on the transfer resource. This is if you're transferring resources outside your account. So if you have excess V4 that you would like to transfer to another account, this is where you'll go, and you'll click that link that says transfer resources into another account. That will come up with a page with all your resources. Check what resources you want to transfer, click add, and then next. For the recipient, say if you're receiving resources from another member, similar process, except you just click on transfer resources to my account. Some tips. Some easy ways to make the transfer process a lot quicker. We have IPv4 transfer pre-approvals. We have a pre-approval listing service where once you have this pre-approval, we can list that on our website, and that allows other organizations to see that there's a demand for V4, and then they can contact you. And then there's also a mailing list where you can promote discussion, talk about address sources, things like that. So transfer pre-approvals. This is based on a needs base, so you need to show APNIC that you need those addresses. It's for a 2-year requirement. So that's in line with the transfers, which is for your 2-year requirement. It allows you to show your requirement in advance. So once you have the pre-approval, that's valid for 2 years, then you can start looking for sources for the transfer. And this is also completed as a form in my APNIC, and there's a link if you need more information. And to actually do it, in my APNIC, under the resource transfer area, there's one link that says transfer pre-approval. With the IPv4 transfer listing service, yes, this is what we're talking about the listing. And it allows others to contact you if they have access V4. And this is what it looks like on our website. So it has the pre-approval ID, the pre-approved size, the economy. We don't list your company name, and the expiry date. and there's a contact button. At the moment, the contact form actually goes to APNIC, and then we allow those two organisations to talk after that. I think later we might change that so those see directly. The transfer mailing list, as I said before, it promotes discussion on related topics for IPv4 transfer. You can share your availability for IPv4 unused addresses. You can discuss your requirement for v4. And to subscribe to the mailing list, you can just go to that link. Some conditions. So when I showed you that diagram earlier, you might have wondered, why is it /22? Why can't I only get /22 from each tool? So this is because there's a PDP process, and it's pretty much the community came together and they decided we only want 22. So this would allow more addresses for all new companies, all new APNIC members that apply in the future, so they can come back and get address space. About the PDP process, this is pretty much how policies are born. Normally at an APNIC meeting, it starts in the yellow section, the author makes a proposal. It goes on the policy SIG mailing list. And this is the time where you have the most discussion. So if you agree with parts of it, you don't agree with it, this is where you can make the most impact. After that, during the APNIC meeting, this is brought to the SIG chair, and then there's a conversation beforehand, and then the SIG chair will gain consensus to see if there's enough support for that policy to go through. If there is, it goes through a commenting period that has been shortened down to 4 weeks. And after that, if there's no disagreement, the SIG chair confirms its confirmed consensus, and then it goes to the EC, and then it gets implemented. Okay, getting involved. We are currently looking for someone in Bangladesh to get your voice heard. So pretty much the PDP process, all those policies are created only if people speak up. So if you want to change the policy, or if you want to make something work for yourself, if you don't speak up, all the louder countries, all the louder economies will get what they want because they're the ones speaking out. But if it's not working for you, and you don't say anything, then no one will know. So if you want to be part of the policy, come speak to me afterwards, and I'll point you in the right direction. We also have a single policy document to make things a little bit easier, and we've merged 7 documents into the one. This is the confer tool. So at the actual meetings, we trialed this at APNIC 36. It's a lot, we get live, near real-time responses, so the SIG chair can pretty much get a gauge on if the policy is being supported, strongly opposed, what the reasons are. There's a live chat as well, so it allows you to put all your views on there, and it's not limited to just whoever's at the meeting, so you can always jump online and show your support or not show your support. We'll actually have a little bit of a live demo at the moment, so if everyone can just, if you're on your laptop or your phones, if you can just go to confer.apnic.net right now. Oops. Is anyone on yet? So first you'll just want to register, so just use your email and a password. Is anyone on? I just think about 5 minutes for so someone's done. Yeah, people are done. So this is pretty much what it looks like. It's just the graph. So if everyone's got the same opinion, but if there's a mutual opinion, someone strongly opposes, pretty much updates almost in near real time. Normally, if someone has a really strong view, like they're strongly opposed, something like that, the CCHED normally does ask what the reasoning is behind that, so we ask that on the spot, but not normally no one really speaks up about it. And then there's the chat as well. And normally this happens as well during the meeting. At first it was too sensitive, so it used to happen in less than a second, and the graph just used to flick back and forth, and they're slow. They're trying to fine tune the right amount of time. So that actually looks alright now. Okay. So, sick about hearing about IPv4? Didn't want to see it.
Yes. We got to check it at the end of the session.
Get IPv6, it's easy. Are there any questions? If you need IPv6 and you don't know how to do it, I'll be here the next 3 days as well. The next APNIC meeting is in Jakarta. Registrations are now open, so you're all invited. If that's too far away from home and you want something closer, the next APNIC meeting is the one in September next year, is back here in Dhaka. So you're welcome to visit us.
Yeah. We have the dates.
Sorry?
What are the exact dates?
For Dhaka?
Yeah.
is September. Do you have one?
29th is confirmed.
29th of September. Any questions?
Thank you everyone for sharing a nice presentation. Now I'd like to welcome Mr. Fleming from ethnic, pronounced ethnic 42.
I'm part of the events team at APD. I'm here today to talk briefly about the upcoming conference happening in Dakar next year, APD 42 conference in Dakar. At the moment, we're looking at the 29th of September to the 6th of October. So just a brief overview of what the APD conference is all about. So we have a workshop week of 5 days, and it covers so the workshop week usually covers various topics, intro to BGP routing, MPLS, network security, IPv6. Then we have a conference week where it's a conference of 3 days, and we have a series of tutorial, security tracks, technical tracks, plenary sessions, and as Suhan mentioned, policy seek, which is very important in our community, where you have the opportunity to have your say during the sessions and during the discussions, and the EPIC members meeting. Part of the EPIC conferences also has a fellowship program. A few of us are offering a fellowship program, and they're very popular, especially in your community. So we strongly encourage you to apply to the fellowship program. The one for APD 40 has just opened today, if you'd like to apply. And we also have a new student fellowship as well. So why attend? The first purpose of attending an EPIC conference is to learn about the latest internet development and trends, participate with the policy discussions, and also network with your peers and your colleagues during social events and breaks. How can you support EPIC 42 in Bangladesh? Nominate to be a local host or process sponsorship of one of the sessions of social events, be a speaker, talk about what's happening in your region, and promote the events to your colleagues and friends. We look forward to coming here next year and host the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Abdul Haq from Internet Society.
Assalamualaikum. Good evening, everyone. Good to be back in Dhaka, and it seems that I'll be coming next year as well for the ethnic meeting. So congratulations to host this regional ethnic meeting next year. I'll take 5 minutes or so to just give a bit of glance of what internet society is and how you can get engaged with us. My name is Naveen. I'm the manager for chapter development in Asia Pacific region. Internet Society was formed in 1992 as an international non-profit organization with a cause to work for open development and evolution of the internet for all the people. Back at that time, the core reason why Internet Society was formed was to support the work of IETF. My colleague Chris Kinderman went through the IETF work. So this Internet Engineering Task Force is a loosely formed organization which works on creating RFC, which actually are the blueprints of Internet and computer networking. So Internet Society was actually formed to support the work of IETF as an organization. We also the organizational home for Internet Research Task Force and Internet Architecture Board. But that was 1992, almost 22, 23 years ago. But Internet has evolved, and so did the Internet Society. And today, we work at the intersection of policy, technology, and development. So these are the three main arms of the Internet Society work. And now we are positioned as a trusted source of leadership globally regarding these key issues of the Internet growth and development. So we have a technology arm, which Chris has told you a bit of our work on that. We have a development arm where we work with communities on internet development, access. For example, internet exchange points development is one of the work that we do under that arm. And then for the policy arm, we work with the governments and international organizations on internet policy and governance issues. Okay, 23 years, and now we have a global presence across the world. You can see this map. We have 109 chapters. I'll just give a brief of what our chapters are or what Internet Society chapter is. In the later stage of this presentation, we have over 72,000 plus global individual members. We have 146 organizational members. Our organizational members are the organizations which actually support our cause, and they help in our operation and work as well. We have 5 regional bureaus. The 6th one, which will be the Middle East one, is in development. So maybe by end this year or early next year, you will see the 6th regional bureau of the Internet Society, that will be the Middle East. And we have offices in 17 countries across the world. We have partnerships with different intergovernmental organizations, including OECD, UNSCAP, WIPO, ITU, IGF, and African Union, and a bunch of others. In the next few slides, I'll just go through what we do in Asia Pacific. So that's the main context of our presentation. I'll just throw some things to your heads and see where you can engage with us. In terms of number, we have over 23,000 global members from Asia Pacific. We have 20 chapters. We have around 16,000 chapter members, and we have 19 organizational members. We have a regional office in Singapore, and we have 6 staff members from different parts of Asia, including Sydney, Singapore, Bangkok, Islamabad, and Manila. So what Internet Society chapter is, actually, it's again a non-profit structure, independent structure of volunteers, which is established by the local community to advance and support Internet Society work and mission inside their own community. So as you can see, we have a fair amount of chapters scattered in different parts of Asia. In South Asia, for example, on top of it, you can see Bangladesh, Dhaka. So we have a chapter in Bangladesh as well, which is the Dhaka chapter. I hope a couple of you sitting in this hall already are a chapter member and know their activities. Then we have these 4 chapters in Southeast Asia and in East Asia and Pacific as well. We have these 7 chapters. And presently we are forming a chapter in Afghanistan. We look forward to that. That's going to be an interesting geography in terms of internet development and growth. So maybe next couple of months we'll have a chapter in Afghanistan as well. Our regional engagements, projects, and focuses. So we support the capacity building forums, the technical forums, for example, Apricot and SANOC, which are the regional technical forums for the internet technical community. We support them through their fellowship program, both for Apricot and SANOC. We also support local NOGs. So for example, you can see that logo of Internet Society. It's called bdNOG3 conference. We support the NOGs mainly as a sponsor, but also at times we support the staff presence in a NOG for a technical workshop or any presentation per se. We have in Asia working partnerships with APECTEL, APT, World Economic Forum, UN agencies. ICANN and APNIC are also, we work closely with ICANN regional office in Asia Pacific and APNIC as well. We also work with policymakers and regulators. Lately, last month, we launched a mobile application award for Pakistan with the help of Pakistani regulator. And then in Thailand, in Philippines, and in some other countries, we have very strong relationships with the regulators and policymakers. And we also have working partnerships on the national forums. That includes the national IGAs. The topical focus areas for Asia Pacific at this moment are, well, it's a whole diverse range because we have countries like Korea, where internet download speed is like something, and then we have countries in this part of the Asia where people are still striving for a better bandwidth. So it's a whole diverse kind of a region, and so goes our topical focus areas from access, mobile internet to privacy and security. Some of our projects and initiatives, Wireless for Communities, this is a project which we are doing in India. We have 11 different locations in India where we have launched this Wireless for Communities project. The idea is to support the local community, build a network where they can have an internet access, and also try to create an ecosystem where the community can empower themselves and can generate income and some productivity. So that's a very successful project. We have won 2 back-to-back awards for this project. The second one is unleashing the potential of the internet study. So this is a set of studies that we're doing in different parts of Asia. The latest one that we did with the help of Asian Development Bank and the RPC was for the Asian economies. We just recently launched this report, and I invite all of you to please visit our website and you can download the copy of this report. It gives you a very deep insight of the internet connectivity and access inside Asian countries, but also how the future is being lined up for that. We are also in negotiation with the United Nations for another unleashing the potential of internet studies for Central Asian region and South Asia as well. So maybe in coming few months or next year, we would like to have some partnership within Bangladesh to get some statistics and some data with regards to this study in South Asia. We do 3 kind of events. One is the INET conference, which is ISOC branded event. We do it across the globe. We do it in Asia as well. We're doing an INET conference in Colombo on 9th of June. This is the 20th year anniversary of internet in Sri Lanka. So we're lining up with the stakeholders and government to do a big show there, 9th of June. Then are the 2 other events that we do. One is the Asia Internet Symposium. That's kind of a half-day event on topical internet issues concerned with the local community. We did one last year in Dhaka. Probably some of you might have attended that as well. That was on mobile internet, by the way. And the last one is APIC, which is the Asia Pacific Internet Policy Dialogue. This is something that we do with regulators and policymakers. So, in terms of our events as well, we try to invite different stakeholders and try to get their views with regards to internet in Asia. With regards to the community engagement, we do this regional policy survey every year where we invite Internet Society members to tell us about what they feel are the key internet issues to be addressed. This year we actually have enhanced it in a way that we not only invited the ISOC members but also the communities outside Internet Society membership. We received around 4,000 responses, and this month, we are supposed to launch this policy survey. So again, I invite you to go to our website and you will find a copy of this policy survey, which will give you a good insight of Asia Pacific in terms of internet policy. APAC Insight is another survey series. They are more niche kind of survey that we do in communities. We run regional webinar series, chapter leadership workshop. We invite our chapter leaders to come and discuss the chapter management and administration issues. And then we release a monthly regional newsletter as well. Apart from whatever we do, we also support the work of communities and innovators. And for that, we have grants and awards and some educational programs. With regards to awards, the signature award that Internet Society leads is the Internet Hall of Fame. This is an award that we give in 3 different categories to Internet pioneers and connectors around the globe. Then is the Jonathan B. Postal Service Award, and then we have this Applied Networking Researching Prize. Again, you can go to our website to see more details. In terms of grants, we give this community grants to communities. Anyone who is an ISOC member can apply for that. It's $10,000 US for a project where you want to support your community, and there is some link of internet in that. Then, with the help of ICIF and the Digital Innovation Award for Innovation grant for Caribbean and Latin America region, we do this ICT Innovation Award as well. Again, we give some financial support for some projects. And then we have this individual fellowship. Chris mentioned in his presentation about the IGF fellowship. We also give fellowships to Internet Governance Forum, IGF. So please feel free to go to our website and see about the criteria and apply for that. In terms of education, we have launched this online training module on Coursera last year. Again, this is for Internet Society members. You can go to this link, and there are a couple of courses which are available through video tutorials, and they will, probably if you visit them, you will see you get a learning opportunity on different issues. They include IPv6, online identity, privacy, security, and some other. So get involved with Internet Society. There are many ways to support the internet. You can become a member, you can join a chapter, you can attend an event as well. And it just came to my mind, we're doing a global community meeting, which is inter-community on 7th and 8th of July in Auckland, New Zealand. And we are inviting all Internet Society members to join us through their computer, because we're doing a virtual kind of meeting on the internet, off the internet, and for the internet. So please feel free to see the details of Intercommunity 2015 on our website and join us for that global event. This is your internet. Join the Internet Society, support our mission. I've just given some details of our Asia Pacific Bureau Twitter account. We have a Scoopit page as well. You can also go to this last link, which is the blog of the Asia Pacific Bureau. And with that, thank you very much for your patient listening. If there are any questions, please raise your hand. No questions? Perfect. Google.
Hello. Oh yeah, look. So, lovely presentation as ever. Thank you. And I guess my question is to you, but also to the other presenters and Chris is here and some other people. I've sat in the audience and I've heard IETF say, wow, we're really important, you should get involved, come to our events, help us out, do something locally. And I've heard APNIC say, you know, it's great for lots of members, we'd like more members, you should do some stuff with us. Here, ISOC saying, that's great, we're ISOC, they're really important, you should join and do some things in the community. And APNIC or some of their events, great, we should go to their events and help out. I guess what message would you give them? Where would you place ISOC, you know, in that wider community of internet organizations that we've been hearing about, all of which are really valuable, but how do the people here make up their minds or choose where to put their efforts, and how does ISOC fit into that?
Yeah, okay, so I think we all are the community-based organizations. This is what we are. We are known as Internet Society because of the people who use the internet. So it goes with the ICANN as well, it goes with the APNIC as well. We are a community-based organization. That's why we invite the community to join us and support our work as well. With regards to Internet Society, as I said, you know, now we have evolved more than a technical community. I would say we are pretty much involved in internet development stuff as well. We are involved in internet policy stuff as well. I think it would be hard to give a precise answer that where we fit in, but you know, in terms of the internet ecosystem and all those things happening in different parts of the world, I think if you become an Internet Society member, that's the starting point to join the Internet Society. And to be our global member, it's free, so there's no fee to be an Internet Society member. For your information, you can just go to our website and become a member. Once you become a member, you actually become part of the community of 72,000 people around the world who have different professions, who have different linkage with the internet. Some of them are internet users, some of them are working with the regulator, some of them are working for an ISP, and so on. So you know, you become part of a whole global community where you can raise your voice, you can submit your questions, you can get some advice back as well. And this is how it grows, and this is how Internet Society tries to support the work of individual internet users per se. So I'm not sure if I've tried. I mean, I've tried to answer your question somehow, but this is how we fit in all of it. Any other questions? Thank you, and Allah Hafiz.
Thank you, Navid. Now I'd like to welcome Mr. Samsud Jaman to share the registered information.
Bangladesh cyber incident trends June 14 and BDSAT update. BDSAT overview. BDSAT is the computer emergency response team for Bangladesh. Initial discussion starts in January 2007. and it formed in July 2007. BDSAT started its operation on 15th November 2007 and become FSR member in in December 2008, and in January 2009 BDSAT got YC membership. BDSAT mission statement: always trusted contact, increase computer and network security for Bangladesh internet and internet users, knowledge sharing with other servers and related organizations. BDSAT provide a single point of contact for reporting local problems, share information and lessons learned from other servers, response teams, organizations and sites. Incident tracing and response, organized training, research and development. Incident handling, BDSAT activities. Incident handling is one of the major activities of BDSAT. Anyone can register their incident via email, fax, web form. BDSAT works closely with ISPAP and along with other servers. In this context, BDSAT works with Internet Traffic Monitoring Data Visualization Project with JPSAT. Here it has collaboration with Team Group, and BDSAT participate regularly in cyber security, which are mostly conducted by BDSAT and YCSAT. BDSAT actively participated in drafting the first national cyber security strategy endorsed by Access to Information (A2I) Prime Minister's Office. The strategy was drafted by a special committee under the supervision of Controller of Certificate Authorities, Minister of ICT. BDSAT participated in 2013 APISC security training courses, which conducted by TISA, Korean Internet Security Agency, and signed MU with China CNCERT for CNCERT International Cooperation Partner. BDSAT ASN portal. BDSAT provides ASN related activities to ISP telecom operator having their own AS. From this portal, BDSAT member can view their report that how many incidents happened from their ASN. BDSAT future plan: introduce new services, consulting and arrange awareness programs, new collaborations, security workshop for government and academics. We are in process to get membership of FIRC membership. Bangladesh Cyber Incident 10 2014. This is a bar chart comparing incident between year 2013 and 2014. Data collected from sensors maintained by BDSAT. From the chart, we can see that the boss attack is decreased in 2014 compared to 2013, and open resolver and proxy attacks incident are increased in 2014 than 2013. Bangladesh cyber security incidents. Activism takes center stages. Phishing site experiments are more common. Government sites are mainly targeted, mostly run on outdated Joomla engine and plugins. DDoS attacks are increasing, mostly targeted online banking and online news web portal. Increase of Facebook incident reporting, increase of push SMS. Here is an example of phishing attack. Vikas is one of the largest mobile banking operators in Bangladesh. Phishing incident happened for collecting Vikas user account information. These are some sample information that we have received. These are some samples of some hack sites, especially targeted to government agencies. BDSAR activities in 2015. In 2015 February, BDSAR in collaboration with ISPAB organized a 3-day workshop on network security management and cyber security. Mr. Kamatha and Kokulo are the instructors, and Mr. Adli took a session on through video conference. And participate cyber security on 18 March 2015, contacted by episode. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable, for sharing the medical update and important information. Now, I'd like to welcome our field brothers, Mohammad Salpid, to share about the update PDX and industrial activities.
Thank you, Jackie. I think it's already too late, and we have another session to be starting shortly. So I want to give at least. Thank you. So I will take a very short time to actually take an opportunity to talk, to get some feedback from the members regarding BDIX and how we're doing and what we should be doing. But it's very good session because we have another session starting shortly, and I like to give you at this 10 minutes very specific break, otherwise it will be difficult to continue further. So here's a brief update of BDIX. You know, there is the first generation in Bangladesh, which started in 2004, and it's a membership-based organization, not for profit. The position is led by Mr. Khalid. Here's the one face of BDIX, what I'm seeing here. So, in Bangladesh, everything needs a license. So, BDIX also got a license recently, so you're a licensed organization now. And latest update that we have a long complaint that we have a 10 port switch, but now we have a 48 port 1 of the 10 switch, sponsored by Parental. So Parental is not issue anymore. And also we have received the right at last anchor for internet entertainment. It will be installed shortly. And these are things all know that is the reactivity point. We support both the PL and UPLI. And we support P6 and P4. And now we support 100 MBs, 1 gig, and 10 gig. So we are hosting a lot of things that helps us, like root servers. We have a 10 gig commercial data server. We have GTLE mirror server on the right side. And we are hosting TIM report for flow analysis for malware detection, and we have some monitoring tools. And interesting also doing SIP interconnect among the inter service providers. So this is the present tracking. This we are tracking 5 gig, and last year it was around somewhere around 3. So, and so the 12 videos like around 250 videos. And growth is like this actually. You see from 2009, when we started 2004, first year traffic was around 260 Mbps. Since then now we are crossing actually 5 gig. And this is the membership growth, starting from 10 and now we have 60 members. And almost all the big ISPs, mobile operators, or WebEx operators are connected. Few are not connected yet, but I think they will be connecting shortly. So I think we can cover the whole internet coverage in Bangladesh for the theory. And during last bdNOG, we want to visit bdNOG and which was messy actually. So we got a new patch panel of everything. So things are gradually calibrated. And things we are going to do this year actually, we have to set up a second POP somewhere in this area because the most of the traffic concentration is this area. And now people are also asking redundancy as well because a single POP is failed or any other issue. So I think we will be setting it up within next 2-3 months. It should be operational. So let us cover it. What we will do. And here, I think we have two board of trustees along with me, Mr. Rashid Al-Bidut and Mr. Zulfikar Hafiz. They are here. So, any members have any query, any questions, or any suggestion, please feel free to give us so that we will try to incorporate those and improve the implementation. So, floor is open. Any feedback from any members? Or you are very happy with bdNOG? There is a question. Is there a microphone or should I give it?
Thank you. We plan to increase pop-up bdNOG outside Dhaka, especially for voice service, because in our country, no IX among our ISP.
Okay, actually for voice service, if it is a IP voice, like see for anything, you can go through IX, there's no problem with it. But we are doing something like IPX or anything, it's not there because there's some regulatory issues whether we can do it or not. But for ISP, if there is any voice traffic for C or any other thing, we can carry over IX. So that's not an issue, it's already there. And POP, our plan is to set up a second POP in Dhaka. And we also thought about setting up something in Chittagong. I think we set up a small location in Chittagong, but unfortunately it's not get that popular. I think we can update about it, right? In Chittagong, we set up something. Chittagong is running, but I think the membership is not that good. Only 5 members are there, so we are not very happy with that. So Chittagong, we have another POP, so we have 2 different cities, and in Dhaka city we are getting 2 locations for the connection. And Dhaka, both the POP will be interconnected, but Chittagong we have connected at this moment. That is the isolated IX for Chittagong.
IPTSP to IPTSP connectivity through ICX or through bdNOG?
Through bdNOG at this moment. So we have a SIP router there, so switch there. So if you pair with that one, you can automatically pair with other SIP service provider in Dhaka city.
I have 2 questions. One is actually you already answered. There will be a location in Bhushan, right? For the 12,000 other companies. Okay, that's why I understand. And can we get some benefits of a full server mirror from bdNOG?
Yeah, bdNOG already have a full server, bdNOG have a GL server, bdNOG have verisign.com.net mirrors. It has PCH also hosting probably another server. I can't remember what is that. And along with that, they have 75 or even more CCTV mirror there. So mirror-wise, it's very good actually. You can get DNS logging is not issue there.
Actually, my question was capacity. So in terms of UPS, if we require 1 million QPS, is that feasible to serve? But 1 million QPS, like if we query 10 to query. So BDX, if bigger server, can that serve 1 million QPS?
Actually, you know, the DNS query, it is not a cache mirror server for your every request. It's only the root DNS and the SSL mirrors. I think that should be fine. So far, it's fine. If anything necessary, I think the root server operator will take initiative to put more mirrors here. So I don't think that's an issue. So if there is no question or any suggestion, then I think we can close the session here. And thank you very much for your patience, listening. And our main plenary session will be starting shortly. I think for the time now. I think after 15 minutes, we'll try to start at sharp 6:30. And so you can take a short break and join us here within 6:30. Thank you.
জি জি আমি ওই যে অ্যাডমিন অ্যাকাউন্টটা এসএমএস করে দিয়েছি একটা ল্যাপটপের রিকুইজিশন এসছে রিপোর্ট বলতে ওনার সাথে একটা প্রজেক্টে কাজ করতে রিপোর্ট না রিপোর্ট হচ্ছে
ব্যবসা বাণিজ্য শব্দ দেখছি কি হবে
ভিতরে এখান থেকে দাম নেননি কত ক্যামেরা ক্যামেরা এখন তো মানুষ ইউজ করে সামনে আমাদের জায়গা
Good evening, dear all. I welcome all of you to the bdNOG opening ceremony. At first, I would like to invite Mr. Shumon Ahmed Sabi, Mr. Fokhrul Alam Paku, Mr. Nurul Islam Roman, M.A. Hakim, S.M. Rezwan Hussain, John Crane, Professor Jamilur Reza Chaudhuri, and our Honorable Ministry of Information, Mr. Hasanul Hakim. Please welcome everybody on the stage. Excuse me. Now we are going to start our bdNOG opening ceremony with Mr. Shumon Ahmed Sabi, Chairman, bdNOG Board of Trustees, to give his presentation on stage. Please welcome Mr. Shumon Ahmed Sabi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable guest, Mr. Session-2, Professor bdNOG3, Mr. John Crane from ICANN, and Mr. Rizwan Hussain, Coordinator of PC, Joint Secretary Ministry of Commerce, Mr. Ibn Hakim, President SPLE, Mr. Mustafa Roman, President bdNOG, and Mr. Fukul Papu, Joint Secretary bdNOG, and distinguished guests from home and abroad. So it's my pleasure to talk in the opening ceremony of the third bdNOG. You know that we started bdNOG 1 last year May, and we have a second event in Cox's there. So just to give a brief about NOG actually, while we are doing this meeting. You know that the internet operation is a kind of a collaboration among the engineers, among the different organizations, different stakeholders. It includes from user to almost anybody. So it's a multi-stakeholder thing that is run by no one, but everyone is contributing to build a better internet. And we need a lot of interaction among the engineers to make it operational, to make it better. And in this light, we have seen the different NOGs, different parts of the region, starting from nano to very region and now let's just have the NOGs. We started SANOG more than 10, 11 years back, 12 years back, I would say, to cooperate in South Asia. And it helped us tremendously. Today, those who are talking about those people you are seeing, presenting today or sitting in the class, all of them actually we gain knowledge from SANOG and in a bigger forum like EPICOR and all this. So when the internet is growing and our national demand also increasing a lot, so we found that participating in SANOG is not enough for our country. So we thought that we should have our own NOG. And that's why you see bdNOG. And I'm very happy that we see overwhelming participation in the last 2 events, and also you see similar kind of interest here. And it's not only the operator or operations people. You can see the head CEOs and CTOs of the organizations. You can see the content providers here. We are seeing the regulator presenting here. So bdNOG is gradually becoming a forum of interaction among those who are living literate. And also I've seen a lot of presence from the journalist community, and they're interacting with us. So I think if we can continue our report and get support from all of you, I think we can make a better internet in Bangladesh, and we can move with the internet development around the globe. So in this bdNOG, I must thanks to our sponsor because it's a costly event, and we get supported from our local organizations, and also we always support by ethnic. We must mention that bdNOG started with the ethnic regional meeting, and they supported us. ICANN is coming to bdNOG meeting from the very first meeting. Last year, Champika was there, Quake was there. This time we found John Crane here. NSC is supporting us bdNOG from the very beginning. So I think bdNOG will play a major role here in Bangladesh to building an infrastructure and how we can move forward. And I would like to, another thing which is coming to our mind whether we can do or not, that a lot of discussion going on. It's not only on technology, also policy on many other issues. So we can suggest something to the government to take it from here, what engineers saying, so that they can plan accordingly. Like you can see the regulatory is planning for unified licensing. They're talking about again, and they're also talking about creating another licensing for the tower or BTSs. So some kind of conflicting information. So I think we should also help them with providing information, providing what's happening in other parts of the world. That's how we can make a better internet here in Bangladesh. So I'm not continue more, but I think this time we have seen today, I think is more than 150 participation. We have a 2-day-long, 1-day tutorial tomorrow, and 4-day hands-on workshop will be held in Prague in hotel. So I want all the engineers to join there. It's not only about listening and learning, because it's also sharing your experience with others. So that I think sometimes some people say it's a training, but it's not only a training. It's much more than that. So that is what we should understand, and we should try to take as much as possible. So and another thing I must mention that earlier during I think 5 years back, even the stand-up, it was really difficult to get some paper from the region. So we always depend on ethnic to come up with a good number of presentation. We always hope Cisco guys will come up with some presentation. ICANN will give some presentation. So that's why we fill the spots. But from last year, we are seeing that we're getting a lot of presentation. Today's session became long because we have to accept few more papers. We're supposed to have 2-3 sessions in a paper in a session, but we are at 4 or 5 because we're getting a lot of quality papers from the local participants. It's a very good thing, and we also like to promote them to the bigger forum. So that's why we like to get funds so that we can sponsor some good engineers in Bangladesh to participate in ethnic meeting, a pre-course, or IHF meeting. So there's another thing we really want to do. At least in this meeting, what we're doing, we are helping some especially women engineers to participate here in bdNOG, and we are offering a fellowship for them, and we will offer fellowship to the bigger forums in their future, so that we can help them to contribute locally and also globally. So with that, I think Roman and Papu will talk more about it. So I want to thank all of you once again, and thanks to our guests. They have given time to be here. And all of you know that today another big ICT event is going on in Bangladesh. The government one that ITU did happened to yesterday, but they are doing program today and probably still going on. With that, apart from that event, we have also a full house audience here. That is very nice to see. And thank you very much. And we hope we have a successful bdNOG3 event once again.
Thank you, Mr. Shumon, to give such a nice and valuable welcome note to our participants. Now I would like to invite Mr. Fokrul Alam Pakku, Secretary General, bdNOG. He is going to present the bdNOG conference report. Please welcome Fokrul Alam Pakku.
Thank you so much for the nice summary, and it makes my presentation much easier. I think you are good to what you are speaking on. So, good evening, everyone. Honorable guests, fellow participants, and our colleagues from the industry. Welcome you to the bdNOG3 conference. So, I'll quickly go through what is bdNOG, because I think there are a lot of people from the morning. But to give an idea of what we do, what we not do, and what are the success stories we have so far from the bdNOG side. So the bdNOG is the Bangladesh Network Operator Group, and it's a mix of computer professionals, namely from ISP, telco, and namely who has a good interest in working in network and network-related operations. So it's a volunteer activity from the community. So we who work in the organization bdNOG all from working in a volunteer basis. And our main target is to work together, we share our knowledge, and we promote local ICT talents to the more local, regional, or international events. And we conduct operational research, and we work closely to handle the network and technical related issues. and we working for not-for-profit voluntary agencies. So as Kunbai said, why we need BDNOG, we, in spite of having SAMOC and FPCO, but we closely work with them, but what we find in local community that there are much bigger requirement from the local parents. As we know that SAMOC happens maybe in every area, but when it rotates all 7 countries, from Bangladesh it happens every 3 or 4 years. So waiting for a SAMOC for 4 years, difficult. So what we plan is that why not we have our local NOG so that we can arrange those conference and workshop locally. We bring those international resources over here and we share those. So and we want to create a platform so where we can have those discussions because network is growing. We have number of ISVs, ISPs, telcos, even enterprise are connecting to the internet. So there are a lot of issues in the infrastructure of the internet where we need a close collaboration among each other because network is not a silo thing. We need to work collaboratively. That's why we think we need to have a NOG in our country. So quickly, NOG we had last year in 2014. The first NOG is bdNOG1 with 80 regional meeting. We have a one-day bdNOG conference, roughly 180 plus people, participants there, and we have a one-day regional conference. Then we have back-to-back tutorial and workshop. In bdNOG1, we had 3 track, routing, network security, and cloud, and roughly 86 participants were there. These are picture of the participants of the workshop. If you see, is a huge crowd we had, and the venue was EYU University, and the conference was held in Goldwater Convention Center. As we discussed in our trustee and the EC committee, the initial plan, the plan we have is to organize two conferences a year. So the main one will be much bigger one like this one. We have international participants and speakers. We speak in a more or less English language so that everyone can understand. The next one we have is bdNOG2, more on a regional one. We move our plan is to move across the country. So keeping that in mind, we moved to bdNOG2 in Cox's Plaza in November 11. So we had a one-day conference in November 11. We have roughly 91 participants. Then we have back-to-back workshop and tutorial. So the workshop track was MPLS and application and DNS deployment. The work change we found in bdNOG2 is quite impressive. In bdNOG, what we feel that most of them might be from ISP, telcos, for the core engineers, but we see a lot of contribution from the other sets like banks, enterprise, and non-government and government organizations as a participant. So this gives a good idea about how mixed of resources of participants we had in bdNOG2. And the good idea is that most of the participants are more like entry-level or manager kind of engineer. But we had CTO, CEO, and in bdNOG2 for the first time we did fellowship, and we have 4 fellowship that time in bdNOG2 conference and workshop. In bdNOG2 for the first time we broadcast our conference in Google Hangouts. So who is not coming to the Cox's Plaza, have some difficulties coming or flying to the Cox's Plaza, can remotely connect to the Google Hangout and see all the conferences still in archive. So if anyone can go back and see those speech whenever they want. And these are the participants from the bdNOG2. We have a very good 60 people in the workshop we had. This time we are going to have bdNOG3. Today we already had our conference. We started from 9. We have back-to-back so many presentations, good, interesting topic. We discussed a lot about the technology and the policy, and roughly we have 18 plus presentation across, and it's mix of local and foreign speakers. And as we said, we have roughly 150 plus participants. That is quite impressive for us. Tomorrow we'll start with tutorial. So we have one-day tutorial in 3 tracks. If you go to bdNOG.org, you will find those out. And this year we are going to have 4 days workshop,
in 3 different tracks: advanced routing and BGP, IP telephony, Linux admin, and network management. Organizing those events, funding and finance is a very critical challenge for us. So what we find, we still depending a lot on our sponsorship. We are glad to have some local and international sponsors. So I'd like to take this chance to give a request. If you feel that if you might be a potential sponsor, I'd like to go and talk with you. And we are welcome to have more local sponsors, so that we can arrange those events much bigger and better. Spending those, with an idea how we spend those money. So most of the element goes with like logistics and arranging conference and workshop venue, food, souvenirs, logistics, and others. And we had a social event, and we are going to have one today. So these are the costing, which is very critical for us. So I still believe if you there are a lot of people in the community who can contribute, not from private sector, maybe the government sector also. This time we are having ISPB as a co-host and supported by the IBTC, which I like to appreciate that they come up and help us with financially and other things. So I believe that ISPB and IBTC will continue their effort in helping bdNOG in making those events success. So we have board sponsor list, and we have 500 from Linktree. In silver, we have ICANN, Google, API, and ISO. So if you see the classification, so we are pushing the local sponsor on gold and diamond level. So therefore, for it, we can have less dependency on international sponsors. We have SRC as a workshop partner. We have both ISPB and BTC as a supported partner. We have API as our used by API, and Amravati is our sponsor. So next bdNOG 4 is in Sylhet, most probably from November 11th. That's the time we like to speak. So I do believe that you people will join and love to come to Sylhet. It's a beautiful location. We're still finding out and figuring out which is the perfect venue for us. So do keep visit our site www.bdNOG3. If you have any query or any suggestion or comments, please drop us a mail info@bdNOG3. And these are our social media: Facebook, Twitter, Flickr, and YouTube. So thank you very much for attending bdNOG 2, and very good to look up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tukaram Babu. Now, .bd domain and shared registry model A policy proposal will be presented by Nurul Islam Roman, President bdNOG. Please welcome on the stage Mr. Nurul Islam Roman.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nurul Islam Roman. I am currently the president of bdNOG, and also I work for an organization called API as a resource analyst. And then I moved on to the training team. Now I work as a senior training specialist now. So Papu and Sunmai already they covered what was the objective and why we formalized bdNOG. So I don't want to go through the detail of those things, but as you can see from the slide and the backdrop that we have, our conference is very focused to the operational technology. So all the conference that we organize, we normally talk about the operational technology, and that is open standard technology built on the internet. And the people that we work together to share the knowledge, to do the knowledge transfer and all, we are normally professionals. So if you see what bdNOG is, it's all about a small forum of the internet engineers and professionals. So we work together, we try to share knowledge, We try to share best operational practice, and very importantly, those people are the first-time people who really run the internet in this country. So they look things, they look problem from the very bottom of the technology. So sometimes what happens, what they feel when they work on the network, sometimes we see some sort of challenges to bring those things onto the policy level. So through bdNOG is one of our initiatives, like to bring those challenges up to the policy level, so those things can be heard at that level as well. So what I'm doing now is just one of that idea would like to share with the policy people. Since we have our honorable ministers, Mr. Inu, we have our very respected teacher, Dr. Jamil Raja. In fact, like I don't know from when I knew him. Since I grew up, I knew him in the internet industry, now computing industry. But anyway, so what I'm trying to discuss in here is simply what we saw from the engineer's point of view, what we saw outside, in different part of the world, like in the developing country, how they manage the internet content, how they manage the infrastructure, how they build the internet business, e-commerce, and all sort of things. So just share those experience, share those knowledge in here with the policy level people, so that something will be happening, soon in this country. And we all know in the regulators, in the ministry, they are working on to formalize our .bd domain. So there's something going on. So, and we are very glad to know, those policies, what are being built, are properly consulted, and then there is a process from the multi-stakeholder community, the policymakers. They have a process to learn and get all the updates and sort of feedback from the community. So I don't want to go through detail of what domain is. Don't worry about the hammer and then the ice. I'm not breaking the domain. It's just ice breaking. So if you see the domain word, naming word, like we have high level representative from ICANN. So they are the main organization globally who deals with the internet numbers and names. So they are here, so they will sit with our engineers next few days with policymakers. They will transfer the proper knowledge, what are the best practice, what are the do's and don'ts to the policymakers, to the engineers, and every part of the community. So our objective in here is to just give you some idea how things are run in the developing part of the world, and as well as other parts, by success story. All right. So in the naming world, we have two types of domain. One type is the GPLD, global top level domain. Other one is the CCPLD, country code top level domain. I think we have a number of engineers here. They all know that, but the policymakers who doesn't know for them is just to pick updates. So GPLD is .com, .org, .net. So those are on the top level of the global internet. And if you see the policy making, that includes so many things on the policy making of global top level domain. So that is done by different group of people. And as a country, probably on that level, from Bangladesh, we are not sure how much we can contribute on the policy level, but there is a way we can. But if you think, like our internet, how we can build, including the content, including the policy, how the naming policy will be done, how the pricing will be done, that can be possible if we talk about the CCTL, the country code top level, which is further .bd in our case. So if you see why .bd is important, why need to worry about our CCTL? Well, obviously CCTL that represents the territorial interest of the internet content. If you see the internet content that we have globally, and if you relate that in the territorial context, in context of Bangladesh, then .bd is very important. If you see the flagship of internet participation, how people will participate in internet, like content delivery and also other like information sharing. Obviously, doctor is another important thing, so it's very important. And then finally, the people mindset of online e-commerce, trust, stability, and security implications. Since like I live in different countries, so where I saw when people do the e-commerce, when people use the internet, they feel more secure if those things are doing on their own CCTV. Like if I'm doing any e-commerce transaction, if I'm doing any business, so if that their own CCTV, that will more trust to the people on that country. But in Bangladesh, probably we have different perception, right? So I'm not sure whether we have someone completely in here who are our domain registry. So if you see, like the CCTV model, if you need to make it more successful, I mean it's already there. Like our CCTV is already there. It's possible. Like if you need a domain, you can go and register that. It's available. But I think there is a space still there to enhance that, to improve that, and so that it can help to boost up our commerce as well. So if you see the domain registry model, what we saw, there are 3 layers of the registry model. On the first layer, we call it normally administrative layer, where all the policies will be built. And that includes, as I said, it can be, for example, like who can register a domain? Do I really need to identify that person? How we check the identity who is registering a domain? If it is a business organization who will be running the business online and they need to register a domain, how are we going to identify them? How are we going to verify them if there is any dispute, any incidents on the e-commerce, right? And not only that, like some other disputes, very complicated. So those policies need to be built within the country. If we need to discuss about the e-commerce and the business transaction happening in the country. So those are the policy part can be discussed on that level, administrative level. Then on the second level, that is more towards the operation of the CCTV, right? And on that level, we need to ensure how the CCTV will be operated. What will be the technical, architecture? How we can, make it more robust. I think, we have session tomorrow. They'll discuss more about those. How effectively we can manage those things. And then on the third layer, we have how we can build a business case. Some part of the world, if you see the domain registration, there is a business case very, very successful. In any neighboring country, you go to Singapore, you go to Japan, very, very successful business case. Even Australia, a very, very successful business case on the CCTV. But in our country, out of all those 3 layers, probably some layers we have something to fill up, something to enhance, to make it more successful, and build a successful business case. So if you summarize all those 3 registry layer: function, administrative, technical operation, and sustainable business model. So if you see what we have currently, we have 2 domains. Like one is .bdCCTLD, and the other one is our .bangla IDN. So those 2, I think all are aware about what is the current situation of all those domain administrative level, operational level, and business level. bdCL is currently our domain registry. Both bdCL and MOPT, who are the domain managers or administrators on the upper level, who build the policy. And the domain registry level also bdCL. And the domain register, that is another level, who actually build the business space, who will actually sell that domain to the end users. So I think on that part, we may need to do some enhancement in this country. Otherwise, our .bd is last 15 years, and still, we have mixed comments, feedback about how we can manage it. So what is missing in this whole .bd in the current situation is proper business model. So to have a proper business model, what we can see outside the success story is there is a domain administrators who build the policy, and that obviously can be from very top of the administrative, like it could be the MOPD, it could be this, and it's up to government policy how government want to do that. And from bdNOG, we don't need to worry about that because those are all policy level things. So then there has to be a registry who can manage the CCTV operation very effectively, like close to 100% uptime, proper API with the registrar. So when the domain will be registered from online, how those things will be registered, directly onto the system, how those registered record will be managed, those things need to be handled by the domain registry. And then the register, who can be any operators within the country, I don't know, like it can be anyone, depending on the government policy again, how government want to sort of distribute those functions within the country. So register, they can build a business case. They can add values onto their product. They can sort of create an environment where people will feel motivated, feel secure to host their content in .NET domain. So that part probably missing in here in a way. The registry itself, to be and proper business people need to be involved to build the business case on the register model, the third layer of it. So again, in the cost model, there's another big discussion need to be done by the administrative level. But if you see the three layers we have, so each domain, like from the policy level, there can be a selling price or lower or higher price on each model, or sorry, each domain price, and that can be distributed into all three layers to build a sustainable business model. So that is what an idea that we can share from bdNOG, and this is what we can see as a success case in different parts of the world. And as I said, the last part is missing. So I hope we have all the capable people, all the relevant people. We can have a proper discussion next few days and then formalize it or build things in Bangladesh. And another thing is got Bangla IDN, International Domain Name. I'm not sure that has been delegated yet, but that delegation needs to be done probably. So that's it for me. And any question? But anyway, so we can discuss. If you have any questions, we can discuss later on. And thank you very much, and hope you have a good bdNOG next 4, 5, I think 6, 7 days, because we have first our conference day today, tomorrow is our tutorial day, and the next 4 days is a workshop day. It's a long event, so hope you'll have a good time next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nurul Islam Roman, for your nice speech. Now I would like to invite on the stage M.A. Hakim, President ISPAB, to give his speech on broadband for digital Bangladesh and recommendation from ISPAB. Please welcome on the stage Mr. M.A. Hakim.
Very good evening to all of the industry colleagues, and welcome our special guest, Dr. General Chaudhary, Chairman bdNOG. Special guest, SN Rizwan Hussain, Joint Secretary and Coordinator, Ministry of Commerce. And our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of Information, Mr. Hassan Rafi. Here we would like to introduce our association, ISPAB, Internet Service Provider Association, which was established on 2002, 2019, with the major some aims and objectives. Some major aims and objectives are to promote, project, and safeguard the interest of all the members of the association who are the representative of internet service provider for use in all types of IT devices. They encourage and assist in the balanced development of the internet service business in Bangladesh, to work closely with the government bodies, other organizations, local and internationally in the IT area. Currently, we have 61 members in the ISP Association, and all of them are nationwide journal and central ISP license holder. This is the status of broadband user of Bangladesh. Currently, we have 44.625 million broadband users, including the WiMAX, the traditional ISP, the providing broadband, and the mobile internet. Among them, mobile internet users is 43.167 million, WiMAX is 0.208 million, and according to the TRC, the broadband user, the real broadband user is 1.25 million, but according to ISP Association, it's almost 2.5 million. This is the key telecom index of Bangladesh. The voice penetration is almost 79%, internet penetration is 25%, employment is almost 1.5 million, and contribution to GDP is 3%. Source is MOPP. The Bangladesh government has introduced the National Broadband Policy of 2009, where the government has mentioned that 128 kbps was the minimum speed for the broadband user. And after that, Bangladesh government had redefined the broadband definition from 128 kbps to 1 Mbps. And recently, our Mr. Shojibodin Joy, the advisor of ICT Affairs of Honorable Prime Minister, has already hinted about changing the definition of broadband from 1 Mbps to 5 Mbps. The major objectives of the National Broadband Policy are reliable and affordable broadband service, improvement of access network and facilitate interconnection, encourage PPP in broadband service, promote local Bangla content and encourage investment in value-added service, and broadband. This is the master roadmap or master plan of Bangladesh government for broadband. Within 2015, Bangladesh government wants to penetrate the internet penetration up to 40%, and among the 40%, 10% broadband user will be accessible. And within 2018, 70% internet penetration will be achievable, and among the 70%, 35% broadband user will be accessible. And within 2021, 100% internet penetration, and 50% user will be broadband user. Basically, this is the impact of broadband, how the broadband user fit in the GDP. According to the World Bank, an extra 10 mobile phone per 100 people in a typical developing country added 0.6% points of growth in GDP per capita. And this impact is about twice as large in developing countries than in developed countries. The World Bank study shows with 10% increase in the high-speed internet connection, economic growth will be increasing by 1.3%. But the local ISP industry shows some barriers or constraint on the internet penetration. That is policy awareness, low level of literacy content, high price of infrastructure. Regarding the policy, there are many policies in Bangladesh, and we often find conflicts and contradiction as barriers for growth in internet. Here I would like to mention the price policy of Bangladesh government. Recently, all we know that Bangladesh Supply Cable Company has already signed with the India to export internet, and the price is $10 per Mbps, whereas the local ISP has to buy submarine cable bandwidth from the BSCCL. The price will be $35 per Mbps. The policy should be revised and the new policy should be adopted. Existing policy needs to be revised. And regarding the awareness, people need to know about internet and how it can be benefit their lives. Rural people hardly know about internet. Government needs to increase the awareness program. Low level of literacy. Due to low level of literacy, people are more used to voice communication. As I mentioned in my earlier slides, the voice penetration is almost 79%. English literacy is very poor, and therefore large number of people are unable to use internet. Government should introduce computer in all universities, schools, and colleges. This is the general ecosystem of broadband. Basically, there is a core component One is high-speed internet service, application, and interest. If you analyze the four domains, the high-speed, the government should facilitate private entrepreneurs who would like to build high-speed network in their country. In the service domain, at present the competition is based on the price, and the government encourages that. But we like mobile operators, we hope that government will encourage competition based on the facility and quality. Regarding the application, government should promote e-commerce, digitalization needs to be increased. Regarding the user domain, government should distribute low-cost terminals. Some recommendation from ISPB to the government, the NPTN policy awareness and more application. As you know that currently we have only 2 NPTN operators from the private sector. ISPB hope that government will ensure the government infrastructure to provide the internet and national data infrastructure to the mass people. Government should introduce internet in school, in colleges and universities. Regarding the policy, as I mentioned that the most important, the price policy should be revised very soon. Regarding the awareness, government should conduct various awareness like this, such as conference, seminars, and fairs, etc. And regarding the more application, government should encourage e-governments, e-commerce, e-learning, and other internet applications that benefit the people. Thank you. This is for my DEX and ISP Association of Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. M.A. Hakim, for your speech. Now, I would like to invite on the stage S.M. Rezwan Hussain, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, and Coordinator, Business Promotion Council.
To this great occasion for the opening ceremony of bdNOG3 conference. Yet, our chief guest, His Excellency Honorable Minister, Mr. Hassan respected and well-known figure, national figure, Professor Jamil. There is distinguished guest, special guest, John Gray, Head of Security, Stability and Resilience of ICANN, President of ISPB of bdNOG, other distinguished guests and participants. Good evening. Actually, I am not an expert in the sector, but as a journalist, what I can understand is that this type of arrangement may help us to fulfill our dreams in this sector. As you all know, that this sector has been declared as a third sector of the budget government, and actually what BBC is doing in this connection is to help the promotion of all the sectors working with BBC regarding this ICT, regarding the information technology. BBC from the government channels some financial supports to organize this type of programs. We believe that actually sharing and learning, it is very much necessary, as it has been already expressed by some speakers before. We want to emphasize that actually sharing and learning, and side by side to develop the volume of our skilled workforce in this sector regarding management of this network system, network management, and other IT-related activities, including ISPAB, one big computer associations doing the BCS, and the Barco is also our partner, the SCCA, if I'm not wrong. So we believe that through organizing this type of programs, we can expand our knowledge and expertise. We can help it. We can just develop the existing manpower, volume of manpower, to be an increased volume, which will be skilled manpower, more skilled, so that we can reach the target of the Ministry of Commerce, that's the government, to utilize this knowledge in the exportable range, that our people can engage themselves, not only inside the country, but outside the country in the global perspective. The users of internet and information technology divided is increasing, as you know. Because that as ICT or ICT, BTC, IBTC now known as, it was formed actually in 2002, but the spirit was laid in the previous Omani government in 1997. From that time onward, it develops, and it is still actually development stage by stage. Particularly on this occasion, the Internet Operation and Technology, it may be 5 or 6 days program consecutively. But this day opening, we are very glad to have our chief guest, Mr. Minister, Honorable Minister here, who is a very important person to contribute to the policy making for development of this sector. We are also fortunate here to get our national figure, also Professor Journalism HRBD, most related one, to consult our institutions, our organizations as an expert, a resource. And Mr. Crane also during his delivery, I was not present, and now I will be able to learn from him. I believe that his expertise may also help us in the expansion of our capacity. BTC, in line with the ICT sector, is committed to build up capacity, to develop capacity, for both increase the quality and quantity in that future. So with this being warned, wishing the success of this program, I would like to conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Executive John, for your valuable speech. And now I would like to invite on the stage Mr. John Crane, Head of Security, Stability and Resiliency ICANN, to give his speech on security, stability and resilience of the global internet. Please welcome on the stage Mr. John Crane.
And thank you, everybody, Honorable Mr. Professor, colleagues. How many of you have been here since 9 o'clock this morning? Yeah, it's been a long day, hasn't it? And I'm one of about 5 people in the room in a suit and tie. I apologize for that. I am actually an engineer somewhere under this tie. So I've been asked to talk a little bit about security of the global internet. And I'm going to start by prefacing that with there isn't really an internet. right? It's not a network. The internet is a network of networks. So often when we talk about global infrastructure in the internet sense, people like myself who work at ICANN are talking about the infrastructure that supports the things behind what people see as the internet. If you were to ask your parents, what is the internet? Or even your children, they would probably tell you it's Facebook, it's Google, it's whatever the latest chat application is. But to people like me, the internet is really all that stuff behind. So when Chambika, my colleague, talked earlier, talked a little bit about the root servers. So the root servers are part of the domain name system. They are core to the internet. They are part of that global infrastructure. That's one of the pieces of infrastructure that I'm paid to worry about every day. If you look at that system, it's very robust. It's very resilient. It's as secure as a system can be. And how many of you here would say that your network, which is part of the internet, is secure? Okay, nobody's silly enough to fall and put their hands up, right? Because none of our networks are truly secure. Right? We're all victims to people who want to hack our systems or want to affect our systems. What we worry about is whether or not they're stable, will they continue to be available to provide services, and if they become destabilized for some reason, be that an attack, an earthquake, faulty software, that we can actually bring them back into service. So when we talk about security, stability, and resiliency, which is in my title, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, firstly, how secure can we keep the systems? Can we keep them functioning in a stable manner? And when they do fail, because all systems fail, how can we bring them back? So the root server system has been live and answering DNS queries 100% of the time since they were turned on. Individual components of that, of course, have failed often and continue to fail often. And that's the beauty of the internet. So when we look at the security of the internet, really all of us have a role to play. Right? We all have to look after our own piece, our own network. If we're a big backbone provider or a big ISP, obviously we have a bit more responsibility because we have a lot more customers we need to keep online. And maybe we have a lot more content that people need to get to. So there is no real internet, it's just all of your networks put together. Now what's happened over the last 10, 15 years is that people have started to rely on that internet. So when I started playing with TCP/IP and networks, and some of the other gentlemen here, it was more of an experiment. Right? We didn't pay our bank statements, we didn't pay bills on the internet. You couldn't do that. You didn't use networks for video conversations to the other side of the planet. We didn't use networks to control our SCADA systems, power, water, things like this. But today, we do. Everybody takes it for granted, at least in some countries. In the USA, for example, most people pay their bills online. That's just what they do. You know, I actually don't pay any of my bills, my wife does it, but she doesn't write checks or go down to the electricity company to pay anymore. Everything is just automated and it's online, and that means that as a society, we become more reliant on these things. And as we become more reliant on them, those of us who work in the industry, that's you folks in here, need to be more vigilant. So if I look at, you know, do people think today that the network is a safe environment? It's relatively safe. There's a lot of things you can do and things you can't. But if I look at my email from the last 2 hours, I see things like massive cyber attack by, I won't name the government, but some government was doing a massive cyber attack against another one. Apparently, somebody's been flying an aeroplane from the passenger seats. I don't know if people read that. That's a form of cyber attack, right? So somebody's on the network and they are playing with the engines of your aeroplane. It's not all bad news. There's a gentleman today who was taken into custody for DDoS attacks. Has everybody heard of DDoS attacks? Distributed denial of service, massive floods of packets hitting each other's network. Those are actually very problematic. As somebody who runs a piece of infrastructure, those are one of the things that actually bother me more than some of the fraud, etc. Fraud and theft are things that have happened in society since millennium. And they've always taken advantage of the latest technologies. Now, when the automobile came along, the robbers could suddenly go much further to rob banks and to rob people, and they could hijack cars. And there were things they could do, and today it's just moved to the internet. But things where you can literally purchase the capacity to flood somebody's network, to send gigabytes of traffic at somebody, that's not really something we've had in previous technologies. You know, a 500 gigabyte DDoS is almost like a nuclear bomb was in the 1940s. Right? It's that kind of thing. You can just take somebody offline. We didn't have that back when cars came around, or when many new technologies. So some things are changing. As we become more reliant on the network, we just need to be more vigilant. So how many of you in this room think that your network has been hacked at some point? Well, that's very worrying. I only saw half a dozen people, and they were all the people who I would expect, who are quite happy to say we've been hacked. I should put my hand up. All the rest of you don't know that you've been hacked yet. That's normally the difference between somebody who will admit it and somebody who won't. It's that the people who don't admit it is because they don't know. So, yeah. Look at your piece of the ecosystem and think about the security of that system, because that's how we protect the network. We can't do it on a global scale. There is no internet police. Right? There is no government of the internet. The network is a network of networks. And all of you and all of us have our own piece of responsibility. So, if you just think that everything is secure, maybe go take a second look at your network. Go look at the logs on your firewalls if you're assuming you're running them, or on any of your servers, and look at the amount of traffic of people actually trying to get in. You may be lucky, maybe people aren't targeting you yet, but they will. It's just part of society. I mean, at one point people went around trying doors to see if they're open, they still do. And that's what they do on the internet. They go knocking on your door, so to speak, to see if your network is open. So it's an interesting time. The internet has enabled us to do so many fascinating things. But it's also enabled the bad guys. Right? It's a reflection of society. So you'll see that those with dubious morals will use the technology for their own good. And that's quite normal. We've seen that throughout history with all the technologies. But it's our job to sort of police our own houses, if you want, because there's not a police force out there that's going to come and help you. Obviously, if there is a major crime, you involve law enforcement, but it's your job to make sure you have locks on your doors, to make sure your windows are properly sealed, to make sure you put your valuables in a safe. Just like it is in the real world. Just watching my time here. I know I'm between you at your dinner. So, once again, there is no network. There's a network of networks. Think about that when you're doing your own network. Think about your responsibility, especially those of you who are in large infrastructure providers. The other people you need to talk to when you're dealing with making sure, for example, national infrastructure is protected. I talked about global. There's also corporate national infrastructure. Right? A lot of the national infrastructure in this country is made up of your networks. So you're also part of protecting that. And because you're in a national environment, you're actually a little better off because you can have local boards. Right? People are doing things inside the country. That's the job of the government to help with those kind of things. So, once again, if it's global, there's no global network. There's no one national network either. Right? Bangladesh doesn't have a single network. It probably has dozens, looking at the size of this crowd, probably hundreds of networks. And then if you think about small businesses, thousands of networks. And we all need to work together to provide a safer environment. I don't want to take up too much more time because I know I'm right between you and dinner. So I'm going to be at dinner. If people want to come and talk to me, please do. Tomorrow we're going to be talking a little bit about, well, something that was mentioned earlier, CCTLDs. We're going to talk a little bit about securing that kind of infrastructure and what they look like. Myself and Jambika are going to be here. Myself until Wednesday, and I think Champ, you're going to be here all week. Please come talk to us. We work for you, so if you have any questions at all, come find us. With that, I'll just say thank you, and I'll hand over to the next person, to the fine lady here. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your speech and invitation for your cooperation. Now, I would like to invite on our stage our special guest, Professor Jamilu Reza Chaudhuri, Vice Chancellor of University of Asia Pacific and Chairman bdNOG3.
The chief guest of this event organized by bdNOG and ISP Association of Bangladesh, Honorable Minister of Information, Mr. Hassan Aminu, MP, Mr. John Crane from ICAN, officials of bdNOG and ISP Association of Bangladesh, and participants in this bdNOG3. I'm very happy to be present here. As many of you may have noted that I'm trying to reduce my involvement in ICT, although for many years, in fact, I've been involved with ICT for more than 50 years, perhaps more than the age of many of the participants. The first computer program I had written, that was in 1964. And then, after returning home from England, I tried to introduce computer programming with a separate course at WET, and then tried to set up a computer center at WET. And I was director of the computer center for 10 years, as many of you at WET, which became the largest computing facility in the whole country. But these were the days when the computers were big boxes, mainframe computers, standalone, not communicating with any other device, except in the terminals, which were directly connected to the computer. But my first experience with using email came in 1985. I was visiting some of the universities in Canada, and one of the faculty members, he showed me that. He said that I'm writing an email to a colleague in, if I remember Israel. So he drafted an email, sent it to him, and within minutes he got the reply. So I was very impressed. And I said that how can we get the same facility in Bangladesh. And professor in the University of Edmonton, Canada, he agreed, okay, if you can reach our computer using a modem, we can get into what was known as BitNet at the time, the first educational network connecting initially the North American universities, then the European and interconnection. So that was supported by IBM, known as BitNet. So I came back, tried to convince our Vice Chancellor that we should be given 100,000 taka to buy a modem so that we can communicate with the University of Edmonton. Just a Calcutta at Edmonton, and the Vice Chancellor thought it was too much of an investment. So he didn't approve the proposal I had made. But then we had to wait for quite a number of years before we in Bangladesh could get access to internet. Although offline email services, as many of you know, were introduced maybe in the early 1990s. But it was only in 1996, 6th of June 1996, when the first ISP became operational. And then too, using a very slow technology, VSAT, whose bandwidth was measured, I think, in kbps. And when I became one of the first users, I remember that using the dial-up connection, I could monitor the rate. It came down to bytes per second or bits per second. You could see that maybe 1 bit at a time is being transferred. As if someone is handing you, okay, take 10 bits now, wait for some more time. And so this way it continued. But fortunately, again, it took quite a lot of struggle and we managed to, as you know, get connected to the submarine cable. Whose full capacity, even before I understand, is yet to be fully used. Anyway, we have come quite a long way. Internet penetration, you heard the statistics, it has exceeded 26-27%. But then one feature, I don't know whether any other country has this, out of these 97% of the internet users are using telcos, telephone, mostly using handheld devices. And that's a big limitation. So although we say that internet penetration has increased over the last few years, but I think there's still a limitation that if you look at the Alexa statistics of websites visited, mostly Facebook is number 1 from Bangladesh. And then comes Google. Third, I forget, but YouTube. So real, I would say, useful information in the sense that what Mr. John mentioned about the business communication, online payment. I think the traffic is yet to pick up. In the early, maybe about 10, 12 years back, I was involved in a project called Sustainable Development Network Program, SDNP. It was funded by UNDP, a part of overall environmental development, and they wanted that there should be one of the components should look into information dissemination on projects related to environment. So that was one of the components, and I was invited to chair that committee for this DNP. So when the project came to an end, we were given some hardware by UNDP. We decided what to do with the hardware, which was all the hardware was set up in BIDS in Agargaon. So we decided, okay, we convert it into a trust, Sustainable Network Development Foundation. SDNP became SDNF. Again, I was asked to chair the trust. And in 2004, we thought that internet traffic is growing, but the traffic is routed in a very long way. Maybe two persons are sitting side by side, trying to send, one person trying to send an email to another person. Our ISPs, some of them were connected to Singapore, some by Hong Kong. So, and using VSAT, you can imagine that if person A is connected to, say, one of the ISPs going by Hong Kong, the other is Singapore, so it would go 22,000 miles up to the satellite, land in Singapore, then it would go by a submarine cable to Hong Kong, again uploaded to Singapore, satellite, take 22,000 miles, come down. So all these are the unnecessary traffic when it's local traffic. So it's a motto of keep local traffic local. We decided to set up what is known as bdIX. And the growth has been slow, but now I understand that 60 of the ISPs and telcos are connected to bdIX, and a substantial amount of traffic is being routed through these bdIX. So I'd like to thank all of you who have connected to bdIX. It's a not-for-profit organization, registered as a trust, and a few months back we received a formal license from BTRC. So the other day we had a meeting, I was told that there are many ISPs in the Gulshan area who think that the location Green Road, the pump spot, is not so convenient. So we are trying to set up another pop somewhere in the vicinity here, maybe in Mahakali area, looking for suitable places. The next initiative we are planning to take is maybe Google and the other servers. They have agreed, but if we provide suitable space, then some of these servers will be located in Bangladesh. So that would reduce the international traffic substantially to Southland. But I was looking, I couldn't actually see the presentation because the angle from where I was sitting is almost sort of parallel to the screen. But from what I heard, that bdNOG has been, although a relatively young organization, but it has already succeeded in attracting a lot of attention in the community, and already had 2 conferences attended by the people who are really keeping our network operational. And the presentation by CCTLD. In fact, in 1997, even DP approached me. Why did you set up a group and manage the .bd domain? I thought that it was take too much of the time, and so I didn't accept that. So I was looking at Mr. John. John may be able to throw some more light because he has been involved with all this for many years. Some of the top country level, country code top level domain TLDs, smaller countries. I remember one of my friends approached me with lots of fake universities selling degrees. He said that there is one London International University, and I want to send my son to this university. So first thing I do is look at the web address. It's very interesting. The web address was, I think, www.liu.asc, which is the second level for academia. But when it comes to TLD for country code, it is Ascension Island. I didn't know that, so I looked up and what is this last country code .ac. So there are fake universities hoodwinking the gullible users that .ac means academic institution, although it is Ascension Island. I don't know how you're going to handle that. And similarly, the other, for example, .tv, Tuvalu, you know. And then .belgium is used, YouTube. Sometimes if you look at the website, the top level domain is .be, which is the country code for Belgium. but you can register. In fact, many of the YouTube videos, youtu.de, but that's registered, I think, in Belgium. So there are some anomalies that I don't know whether LCAN is thinking about this, how to remove this. There are very small islands, for example, TP is Tuvalu, and Nauru is also selling. There are other islands, mostly very small islands, the population is maybe 10,000, 15,000. That's all the sources of income, registration of these websites. Anyway, but what Mr. John Kern, in fact, gave an overview, I think tomorrow he is going to give the details. This is emerging as one of the major issues, security. In our country, we are not yet that concerned, although I understand the government is setting up separate offices to look into cybersecurity aspects. But very soon it is going to emerge as one of the most important issues. So I'm happy that a person like him has agreed to come to Bangladesh and take part in this. Someone says not only a training but exchange of information. I'm sure those of you who are participating in the sessions tomorrow and day after tomorrow will benefit significantly. And I'm happy to see that the audience, participants here, relatively young. I don't know what the average age would be, but it's very young in age. So that's another sign that young people are coming forward. One negative aspect I see is the gender distribution here. I think maybe less than 3-4% people here are women. So I would expect that you will be able to attract more women into this network management groups. So with these few words, I'd like to conclude by thanking the organizers, first of all, for organizing the session, and the feedback I get from the people in the community that these workshops, the training sessions have been playing a very important role in upgrading the knowledge. Because this is one field of technology where you have to keep pace with the global development. You are part of the global community. So whatever happens in another country will also affect our country. You cannot remain as isolated islands. So it's very important that you get a grasp of the latest developments of technology. And I'm happy that many of you have already succeeded. And hopefully, after bdNOG3, we will see the participants coming out with a higher level of knowledge. And in the end, we will be the people who will benefit from your experience. We have a more robust network, user-friendly network. So with these few words, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jamil, for your nice speech. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, our Honorable Minister, Minister of Information, Mr. Hasanul Haq In.
Good evening to you all. Here this evening, respected teacher, Jamil Chaudhary, and from ICANN, John Ken, and from APTIC, Mr. Roman, and from the local organizations of Brother Pasku, Mr. Hakim, and from the government, SM Sen, and participants. Thank you very much to invite me to this opening session. Let me thank another technical personalities who are for the last few years trying to train our technical community so that they can manage in a better way the present development of ICT and application of ICT. Well, as you know that the world is passing through ICT revolution for the last few years, and Bangladesh has decided to link up with the ICT revolution of the world, and that was a political decision way back in 2008 when our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina decided to develop Bangladesh to a digital Bangladesh. That was a very bold decision because everybody was wondering, can ICT be applied in a developing economy, in a backward economy, where we have three illiteracy: education illiteracy, language illiteracy, and ICT illiteracy. Many politicians and policymakers argued that it is not a wise decision. But looking back over the years, everybody will agree that that was the right decision to make Bangladesh digital, digitize the whole society. Well, more than 22 years back, when all the heads of the government met in Rio de Janeiro in the Arts Summit sponsored by United Nations, then the world first came into a decision that development should be sustainable. So we started to learn the definition of sustainable development. Before that, everyone was arguing for development. Come what may, develop the society. But that is dangerous for the environment, the art, and the people. So sustainable development. After a few years, then I learned that green development. So that was the position. This is 10 years back, 15 years back. Suddenly, we came across the new technology, information communication technology, and we found that it is an enabling technology. It is not a technology for a particular sector. It is not a science, a sectoral science, but ICT is a technology which can be applied in all sectors. Like in the past, when electricity was discovered, that was an enabling technology. When steam engine was discovered, that was an enabling technology. So now we are passing through a phase of ICT revolution. At the same time, the paradigm has shifted. Now the paradigm is sustainable, green, digital development. The economists and the politicians and policymakers are not familiar with this three-dimensional paradigm. So naturally, when you go and plan your budget, there are arguments how to allocate money, what to allocate money. And now, the traditional economists and the traditional bureaucrats, traditional politicians, and traditional technocrats doesn't know how to cope up with the digitization of the society, the impact of digitization in the economic and social life. So that is all politicians are facing across the world. Not only in Bangladesh, the American politicians also arguing, or the Japanese politicians also arguing how and what to apply ICT. The point is, the world there is a social divide and there is a digital divide. So these two divides is to be reduced. The major question is what to apply and how to apply ICT, so that the digital divide is reduced, the social divide is reduced. So that is a political decision. That is a social decision that has to be taken by the policymakers of the country. Well, ladies and gentlemen, having said that, as you know that we are in the process of digitization of Bangladesh, and I was listening to them, and we are here with some technical young brains who will be trained how to manage the internet infrastructure, how to look at the cyberspace, how to ensure security in the cyberspace for children, for women's dignity, for individuals' privacy, security of the state, and security of the financial institutions. So that is a challenge. Whenever I face such communities, or I go across meetings where the computer specialists are working, or the politicians are there, I say that ICT is a technology that creates a glass house. But in that glass house, the children live, the women are there, the state is there, financial institutions are there, and thousands and hundreds of thousands of individuals are there. It's a glass house. You can see everything. So as days pass by, you cannot just revert the situation. You will have to live in the glass house, see through. But the challenge is, within that glass house, you will have to ensure the security of the children, the privacy of an individual, the dignity of a woman, as I said earlier, statecraft and all other things. There are two challenges there. One is the technological challenge, how you develop the technology to ensure security in that glass house, and another is the legal challenge, legal paradigm. How you develop laws, that law will ensure the security and dignity and etc. etc. So a government, or the government, will have to take care of the two challenges. The technical committee, as you are in front of me, you need to look at that technological challenge. How to ensure security technologically. My duty is to how to ensure security legally, by law, through parliament. So we live in a democratic society, an open society, and ICT is opening up the society more. There is a restraint, there is a step from where we will have to govern and manage. So the management of internet is very important. Well, so the digitization process, major challenges are security, then content development. The content development in mother tongue, that is a challenge. So if you need to digitize the whole society, you can give thousands of computers at the village level schools, but if you don't give the content, then it is useless. You play with the computer or a laptop, that's all. If you have access to internet, you look at the world, but if you don't have the language, if you are not cross the language barrier, then you are useless. So that is a challenge. For the government, we need to invest to develop the securities and to develop the content. Then as Mr. Roman said, the domain management and the finance. How to finance the technology transfer to developing economy. Who is going to finance that? So that is another important question. Then the question of sustainability. Then another important thing is spectrum management. spectrum is a real precious commodity which needs to be managed properly. So how the spectrum will be managed, how the more spectrum can be released so that it can be used for other purposes. And above all, the affordability and availability of the broadband. That is very important. If you have the net, you don't have the broadband, so it's useless. So the penetration of broadband is very important. But more important is affordability and availability. So affordability is very important. So for that, the policymakers need to step in and make it affordable to the general people of the country. It's a developing economy. Now, here in this opening session, let me wind up my speech by saying that, well, cybercrime is a transnational affair. So we have to be very alert 24 hours. You cannot sleep. And now, here, when the internet is being penetrated, or internet penetration is moving fast, then we need to make a business case. So how internet for information, but internet can be applied and used to develop commerce. So if you go for e-commerce, and there this .bt comes. So if you want to go for better e-commerce, then we will have to know how to manage in a better way this .bt. As it is now, I think is not helpful to us. As bdNOG3, our professor has said, I mail to you, and the mail goes thousands of kilometers across the world, and there is somebody somewhere looking at your mail. You have a security risk, and you are losing money also. So domestic mail should be circulated within the domestic national borders. So you save money, you ensure security for the 160 million people of Bangladesh, and you earn money when somebody will mail to your .bt from outside your borders. So that is a major political decision to be taken, an economic decision to be taken by the respective ministry. I hope the ministry takes this decision very quickly to ensure the security of the information of the Bangladeshi people and ensure better business. Well, I should say that we are all crying for democracy. And basics of democracy is right to speech, association, right to human rights. Manobhikar was a Ganatantra mool kotha. But now there are two rights to be ensured in the constitution. One is right to food, and next is right to internet. These should be the basic human rights now. Interneter অধিকার মৌলিক মানবাধিকার হিসাবে সংবিধানের স্বীকৃতি দিতে হবে। তবেই কেবল একটা ডিজিটাল সোসাইটি হবে এবং ডিজিটাল বৈষম্যটা কমবে। সেই জন্য আমি বলি যে আপনি সমৃদ্ধ ও বৈষম্য মুক্ত, দারিদ্র মুক্ত বাংলাদেশ যদি গড়তে হয়, তাহলে ইন্টারনেটের ব্যবহারের অধিকারটা মানবাধিকার হিসাবে সাংবিধানিক স্বীকৃতি দিলেই কেবল আপনি আপনার লক্ষ্য অর্জন করতে পারবেন। এবং এই ইন্টারনেট অধিকারটাকে নির্বিঘ্ন করতে, নিরাপদ করতে আপনার নিরাপত্তা বিধান করার দায়িত্ব প্রযুক্তিবিদদের, সরকারের এবং রাষ্ট্রের। সেই জন্য আমরা বলবো যে ইন্টারনেট হচ্ছে মৌলিক মানবাধিকার হিসাবে স্বীকার করে নিয়ে সংবিধানের সাংবিধানিক স্বীকৃতি দেওয়া হোক, যেমন অন্যান্য মৌলিক অধিকার আছে, তবেই কেবল প্রত্যেক মানুষ ইন্টারনেট ব্যবহার করার অধিকার পাবে এবং বৈষম্য কমাবে, সমৃদ্ধ বাংলাদেশ গড়তে ভূমিকা রাখবে। ইন্টারনেট উন্নয়নের জন্য, তথ্য আদান প্রদানের জন্য, ইন্টারনেট হিংসা, বিদ্বেষ, ঘৃণা ছড়ানোর জন্য নয়। সুতরাং আপনারা যখন ইন্টারনেটের অধিকার কথা আমি বলি, আপনাকে বলবো ইন্টারনেটের অধিকার চাই, কিন্তু সেই অধিকার নিরাপত্তা দিতে যারা হিংসা, বিদ্বেষ, ঘৃণা ছড়াবে, যারা চরিত্র হরণ করবে, উৎসাহ পাবে, উস্কানি দিবে, তাদেরকে আটকানোর জন্য প্রযুক্তিগত সমাধান দরকার এবং আইনগত সমাধান দরকার। সেই জন্য আমি মনে করি যে প্রযুক্তিবিদরা, আপনারা যারা এখানে আছেন, তারা যে প্রযুক্তির দক্ষতা অর্জন করার চেষ্টা নিয়েছেন তাকে স্বাগত জানাচ্ছি। একই সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সাইবার স্পেসটাকে নিরাপদ করতে আমি সেট অফ সাইবার লস তৈরি করার পক্ষে অবশ্যই শক্তভাবে তদবির করি। সুতরাং if you want to combat cyber crime, you will have to go for a set of cyber laws and a cyber code that will ensure a safe internet domain in the world and Bangladesh also. সুতরাং having said that, আমি এইভাবে শেষ করি। Remembering Steve Jobs, before he died, he said, "Lead as if you die tomorrow. Learn as if you live forever." So you have come to learn as if you live forever. Thank you, Darada.
Thank you, our Honorable Minister Hasanul Haq to you. Dear all, we are closing our today's session here, and thank you all for participating in this conference of bdNOG3. We are requesting you to attend the dinner. Thank you.
Excuse me.